Are you tired of trying to time the stock market? Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given current market volatility. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years with zero investor losses, averaging double-digit returns since inception, and we also accept IRAs. Over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Feeling uneasy? Don't gamble your hard-earned money or risk your retirement. Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited openings for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
Calling all contractors and equipment operators. The James G. Murphy Auction Company rolls out this month one of the biggest heavy equipment auctions of the summer. On the block, find an incredible collection of heavy equipment, contractors' equipment, and vehicles, like a 2004 John Deere 400C rock truck, a 2010 John Deere 450D LC excavator, a 2001 John Deere 650H LT dozer, and a 2014 Kenworth T800. In contractors' equipment, we have attachments, live edge and dimensional lumber, contractor tools, even a wheel wash system, and much more up for bid. Whether you're building roads, moving earth, or running a construction outfit, we got what you need. Bidding starts 10 a.m. June 12th and closes at 10 a.m. June 19th. Preview all items June 17th and 18th from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at our location in Marysville, 3803 136th Street Northeast. For pictures and details of all items, visit murphyauction.com. That's murphyauction.com.
So.
Thanks for being with us. A cancer survivor from Canada is redefining what it means to be lucky with the lottery. The astonishing winning streak of David Sirkin in Alberta has reached new heights as he celebrates his fourth major lottery win. SunnySkies.com says Sirkin, whose name is quickly becoming synonymous with incredible good fortune in the Lethbridge area, recently secured another $1 million prize in a drawing last month. The latest windfall brings Sirkin's total lottery winnings to $2.5 million in less than 9 months, not including an even earlier win. His recent wins include $500,000 back in August, then $1 million from a game in November. And as if there weren't enough, Now Toronto reported that Sirkin's luck even extends back over a decade. He previously won $250,000 in another draw more than 10 years prior to his recent three-peat. He celebrated his last win with a trip to Hawaii. This time, he and his wife will travel to Newfoundland. That'll do it for this hour. For Nicole Murray and Mike Gavin, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
Hey, it's Dave Ross with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD from Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Dr. Wagner is hosting a free stem cell webinar to explain stem cell therapy.
I'm really looking forward to this live webinar to educate on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
And remind us which joints you've had the best success with.
Shoulders, elbows, hips, knees, even wrists and ankles. And in this live webinar, we'll tell you all about the procedure, how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells, and how we determine if you're a candidate.
Dr. Wagner has performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures, so if you're in pain, join him for the free stem cell webinar and learn all about this amazing procedure. Register now at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Join Dr. Wagner for his free stem cell webinar Wednesday, June 18th. Register now at drmarkwagnermd.com. Dr. Mark Wagner, MD.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM, and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
Air India jet bound for London crashes.
Video shows thick black smoke rising into the sky.
Immigration protests spread to new cities. remembering Brian Wilson. Good morning. I'm Steve Kathan with the CBS World News Roundup. An Air India passenger jet bound for London from India with more than 240 people on board crashed in a residential area not long after takeoff. Here's CBS's Ramy Inocencio.
The plane crashed into what appears to be apartment blocks. Laundry could be seen hanging in some balconies. You can see a part of the plane's tail resting on the top of what CBS News has confirmed is a hospital. Reuters, the news agency, is reporting that at least 30 bodies have been recovered from a building where the plane crashed, and more people are trapped inside. Also very important to note that this is the first plane crash involving a Boeing 787. This model of aircraft has had battery issues in the past, and the fleet was previously grounded, but this was in 2012, and before this particular model was built. The airplane from today's crash was delivered in 2014, but this is now shaping up to be one of India's worst air disasters.
A passenger list indicates there were no Americans on board the jet. The U.S. is pulling some non-essential personnel and family members from spots in the Middle East. White House correspondent Ed O'Keefe.
Multiple sources tell CBS News U.S. officials have been told Israel is fully ready to launch an operation against Iran. In response, sources say the U.S. anticipates Iran could retaliate against certain American sites in neighboring Iraq. That's the reason the U.S. advised some Americans to leave the Middle East, including nations within striking distance of Iran. For example, the State Department ordered non-emergency government officials out of Iraq due to, quote, heightened regional tensions. The Pentagon also authorized the voluntary departure of military families from locations across the region. Now, the move comes as the U.S. and Iran are negotiating a new nuclear peace agreement. Special envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, is set to meet with Iran in the coming days for a sixth round of talks.
Anti-ICE protests that led to the mobilization of federal troops in Los Angeles are now growing in other cities. CBS's Carter Evans.
In downtown Los Angeles, dozens of protesters were arrested and loaded onto police buses for failing to disperse. But it was a more chaotic scene in other parts of the country, including 900 miles north here in Spokane, Washington, where police broke up crowds by firing pepper balls.
I want a lawyer!
In Tucson, Arizona, several people were detained after protests led to smashed windows outside an ICE office. Fueling the protests are images of agents raiding workplaces.
Health Secretary Kennedy has named 8 new advisors to serve on the CDC's Vaccine Recommendations Committee, days after firing all 17 members. CBS's Matt Piper.
The picks include some close allies of the secretary and his inner circle who have a history of criticizing vaccine recommendations. Dr. Robert Malone worked on early research related to mRNA vaccine technology, but was accused during the COVID pandemic of spreading misinformation about the vaccines.
Bob Dylan calls Brian Wilson a genius. CBS's Anthony Mason says the leader of the Beach Boys died yesterday at 82, unleashing accolades from famous friends and everyday fans.
Brian Wilson was the fragile heart of the Beach Boys.
Did you push yourself pretty hard in the studio?
Yeah, I drove myself I wanted a perfectionist, you know.
In the 60s, their California surf rock was music for an endless summer. No American band produced more top 40 hits.
We come on this loop, John B.
Wilson was just 20 when the Beach Boys signed with Capitol Records in L.A. In Hawthorne, California, Wilson had brought together his brothers, Carl and Dennis, cousin Mike Love, and their friend Al Jardine. Wilson and Love settled on a surfing theme.
But I never surfed, and he never surfed either.
Let's go surfing now. Everybody's learning how. Come on a safari with me.
Physically and verbally abused by his father, Wilson endured long periods of drug addiction and mental illness. He escaped into his music. Good Vibrations is considered a sonic masterpiece.
God only knows what I'd be without you.
Paul McCartney called God Only Knows the greatest song ever written.
You're listening to the World News Roundup. It's 4 minutes after the hour.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Don't you wish your life came with a warning app?
Stop.
That dog does not want to be petted.
Just a little heads up before something bad happens.
Move your coffee cup away from your computer.
Oh, no.
So you can have more control.
Stop. You're texting your boss by mistake.
Uh-oh. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Warning, the cap is loose on that ketchup.
Ugh. Don't wait. You have the power to change the outcome. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
Authorities in Washington state say their hunt for Travis Decker is focused on a remote alpine lake. Decker is suspected of killing his 3 young daughters. Sheriff Mike Morrison.
He is surrounded. Washington state knows who he is. We're going to continue to be in there. And he's got a lot of ground to cover. Eventually, he's going to tire and he's going to make a mistake.
A day after issuing a partial guilty verdict at Harvey Weinstein's sex crimes retrial, jurors in New York returned to deliberate a remaining charge. The jury also returned a not guilty verdict on one of the charges yesterday. At the Sean Combs sex trafficking trial, CBS's Jerika Duncan has more on the testimony of an ex-girlfriend.
There were a number of texts that we heard from Jane where she set up the hotel nights, helped to set up the payments for them, and even purchased supplies for the escorts. Jane also said at one point in court, "I resent him," referring to Combs, "for knowing how much I loved him and knowing I could not say no to him."
President Trump is set to sign a resolution today aimed at blocking California's move to phase out the sale of gasoline-powered cars by setting higher emission standards. The state plans to challenge in court. The EPA is set to eliminate regulations for power plants fueled by coal and natural gas. Administrator Lee Zeldin says it will save trillions of dollars and unleash American energy.
Rules were enacted seeking to suffocate our economy in order to protect the environment, seeking to make all sorts of industries, including coal and more, disappear.
7 families have filed a lawsuit challenging Arkansas's requirements that public school classrooms display the 10 Commandments. That law is set to take effect in August. Time on the roundup, 8 past the hour.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
A new list ranks the companies shaping global markets.
Topping the annual Forbes Global 2000 list for the 3rd year in a row, J.P. Morgan Chase. It gained 30% in the past year and has over $4 trillion in assets. Forbes writer Hank Tucker says also on the list,
Berkshire Hathaway at number 2. In the top 10 are also Microsoft and Amazon, some international overseas-based giants as well.
Significant changes in company rankings include NVIDIA at number 47, which moved into the top 100 for the first time. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
Regional carrier Silver Airways suddenly shut down operations after a failed bid at bankruptcy, leaving some passengers stranded at airports in Florida, the Bahamas, and the Caribbean. Betsy Jochum, the last surviving member of the 1940s Women's Baseball League that inspired the film A League of Their Own, has died. She was 104. And that's the CBS World News Roundup. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
And good Thursday morning at 5:10. I'm Scott Carty, KIRO News Radio. An anti-ICE rally drawing in hundreds of protesters last night before turning violent. Seattle police made a number of arrests overnight, and KIRO News Radio's Gwen Baumgartner witnessed the chaos unfold.
Move back! SPD! Move back! Anti-ICE protesters facing off with Seattle police, hundreds refusing for hours to disperse from downtown, setting a dumpster on fire and graffitiing the outside of the federal building and nearby businesses on 2nd Avenue. Some agitators threw rocks and pointed fireworks at Seattle police. Officers responding with pepper spray, rubber bullets, and handcuffs. Gwen Baumgartner, KIRO News Radio.
Seattle police reports they issued dispersal orders. 8 arrests were made for assault and obstruction. KIRO News Radio's James Lynch says the rally at Cal Anderson Park was peaceful, but that the Seattle Police Department was very present.
I've never seen that large of a contingent of Seattle police officers all in riot gear, and I've covered a number of these. They came down with an extreme show of force, cleared out the intersection, stayed there for, I don't know, maybe 3, 4, maybe 5 minutes, and then went back up the hill, and the protesters returned to the intersection, started pushing back up. They came down and cleared it out. I saw at least 2 arrests, 2 really hard takedowns of a couple of protesters and arrests.
Another anti-ICE protest is set for Saturday at noon at Cal Anderson Park. It's called the No Kings Protest. It's part of 1,800 similar events planned around the country to happen at the same time President Trump hosts his birthday and military parade in the nation's capital. Now, before the rally was scheduled to start at 7 p.m. last night, 2 people were shot near 3rd and James Wednesday afternoon. Seattle Police Detective Brian Pritchard says a woman was shot in the head, a man was shot in the foot. Detectives are trying to figure it all out.
Well, all we know is there was an altercation before the shooting broke out.
The woman was in critical condition, the man in serious condition. Police were able to make an arrest because there were so many police present downtown. Despite being badly burned, 2 men were able to shut off a propane leak in Gig Harbor in Purdy. On Wednesday afternoon, Pierce County Sheriff's Deputy Carly Capetto says that leak led to a large fire.
Without their heroism, this could have been a much more serious incident.
A really scary situation. The men's age 57 and 66 were airlifted to the hospital in critical condition. The cause of the leak still under investigation, but appears to have been an accident. Your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. We are looking at real good green lines out there. Tacoma to Seattle, just 36 minutes. Puyallup to Seattle, 44 minutes, and you know that's going to start to build here soon. Everett to Seattle, 31, and if you're going from downtown Seattle to SeaTac Airport, a cool 14 minutes. Your KIRO News Radio forecast, things are changing. We've got clouds in the sky, widespread, and buckle up, there could be some isolated drizzle, maybe a few sprinkles. But we are looking for sun breaks, a high of 70 this afternoon. More of the same conditions tomorrow as it gets into the high 60s, but Saturday and Sunday looking really nice in the low to mid 70s. Right now it's 53 degrees. Coming up, former State Attorney General Rob McKenna breaks down a decision from the Washington State Supreme Court that could impact the people who are prosecuted in this state. That's next on Seattle's Morning News. I'm Scott Carty, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News is brought to you by Closets by Design Seattle.
You never know what's in store each morning once you hit the road.
We've got a major traffic alert in effect right now.
While you're getting ready every morning, make us part of your routine.
What morning, huh?
Yeah, got off to an early start.
Just tell your smart speaker to play KIRO News Radio or stream us on the app.
Both directions of I-5 are closed.
We'll help you get where you're going faster.
Maybe bail at 512.
KIRO News Radio. We're on your smart speaker, the app, and 97.3 FM.
Calling all contractors and equipment operators. The James G. Murphy Auction Company rolls out this month one of the biggest heavy equipment auctions of the summer. On the block, find an incredible collection of heavy equipment, contractors' equipment, and vehicles, like a 2004 John Deere 400C rock truck, a 2010 John Deere 450D LC excavator, a 2001 John Deere 650H LT dozer, and a 2014 Kenworth T800. In contractors' equipment, we have attachments, live edge and dimensional lumber, contractor tools, even a wheel wash system, and much more up for bid. Whether you're building roads, moving earth, or running a construction outfit, we got what you need. Bidding starts 10 a.m. June 12th and closes at 10 a.m. June 19th. Preview all items June 17th and 18th from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at our location in Marysville, 3803 136th Street Northeast. For pictures and details of all items, visit murphyauction.com. That's murphyauction.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with some great news. I'm with Shannon O'Kelly, physical therapist and owner of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Shannon, you guys just increased your community coverage.
That's right, Brock. We like to say we're in your neighborhood. We have you covered here at IRG. We just added 2 fantastic locations. One is in Harbor Square in the Edmonds Bowl, and the other one is in the Mill Creek Town Center, right to the entrance to Mill Creek Town Center. So we'll be able to provide fantastic care to all of us and everybody's neighborhood.
You know I love it. Expert physical and hand therapy right in your neighborhood.
That's right. We're in your neighborhood. We want to be your neighborhood family physical therapist. We'll take care of you, your family, and your neighbor.
And remember, no referral needed, just personalized care when and where you need it. Visit irgpt.com and schedule your appointment today. With over 40 convenient locations, IRG is right in your neighborhood, and now 2 new spots as well. That's irgpt.com, irgpt.com.
Bringing you Seattle's morning news since 1974, this is KIRO Newsradio.
Well, a new ruling from the Washington State Supreme Court could have a big impact on defendants who are facing criminal prosecution.
The state Supreme Court on Monday responded to a crisis, they call it, in Washington's public defense system by slashing caseloads for those providing counsel to poor defendants facing criminal prosecutions.
Once again, former State Attorney General Rob McKenna joins the Seattle's Morning News. What change is going to happen here, Rob?
Well, the Supreme Court, which makes the rules for our county's trial courts, the superior courts, has ordered that caseloads for public defenders be reduced from the current thresholds of 150 felonies and 400 misdemeanors a year to 47 felony cases or 120 misdemeanor cases a year. So what this means is you're going to need about 3 times as many lawyers acting as public defenders, and that adds a lot of costs for the 49 counties in our state, which carry most of the burden of paying for public defenders.
We, of course, have these budget challenges across the state. So what's the reasoning behind this? Is it just that, I don't know, that they are not getting adequate representation?
Yeah, that's exactly it. As you know, when you're charged for the crime, you cannot afford your own attorney. You're entitled to an attorney provided by the state, by the government. This is a core constitutional protection that we all enjoy: the right to a jury by trial, a trial by jury, the right to a counsel. Because in the colonial period, they didn't have those rights, so you could just be charged and tried, and if you couldn't afford to hire your own attorney, tough luck. So what's happened is that Washington State is one of the few states in the country that doesn't pick up most of the cost of public defense for the counties. In our state, the counties have to pay the lion's share of the cost. I think only 3% of the cost is currently, carried by the state. And for small rural counties, they not only have really constrained budgets, but they also have a tough time recruiting attorneys to fill public defender roles. So whereas in King County, the public defenders work for the county, in most rural counties, they have to rely on contract attorneys who come and go, who don't like the heavy caseloads. I mean, 150 felony cases a year is a lot. And so people are going for months and months and through multiple arraignments in counties like Yakima County before they actually have a trial.
We talk a lot about nurse shortages. Are there just fewer people going into law these days?
For a while, that was a trend. Yeah, fewer people going into law. I think that's actually reversed a little bit. I've heard that this year there's been a big increase in the number of people applying for law school, possibly due to economic uncertainty. People were saying, hey, maybe I better increase my credentials. But I think the bigger problem here is the shortage of lawyers who want to do this kind of work, particularly in the rural counties or semi-rural counties like Yakima County. But you look at Ferry County, Okanagan County, it's a real problem. There's no law school up in north central Washington. They have to compete with the bigger cities like Spokane and Seattle, Vancouver to attract lawyers who want to come and do this work, who want to live in a rural county and perform these services.
I'm just trying to think this a couple steps out, Rob. So if we have more cases or fewer cases that they are expected to defend, it's going to be much more expensive. Is there a possibility here that we see fewer criminal prosecutions because there's simply not adequate representation and therefore, some people who might have been tried for a crime they did commit instead are set free?
Yeah, that's exactly right. You could see people who have been charged ultimately not prosecuted, that charges would be dropped because, we're also entitled to what's called a speedy trial, right? And in reality, it can take months. People can sit in jail. They're innocent, presumed innocent until proven guilty or found innocent. But this is going to be a real problem for caseloads, and you are going to see, I think, significant numbers of cases, charges dropped for criminal defendants, particularly in the smaller counties.
What's the upside? How would you have voted on this?
Well, this is interestingly, this is not the result of a court case, right? That worked its way up. This is a rule by the state Supreme Court. It's based on recommendations from our state bar association, but also the American Bar Association, the National Center for State Courts, and other groups that all came down to the conclusion that you shouldn't have to handle more than 47 felony crimes a year as a public defender or 120 misdemeanor cases. Now, prosecutors will argue with that, and I can't tell you that I know that 47 and 120 are the right number instead of 150 felonies for 100 misdemeanors. But I do think the current system isn't working, and I think that people sitting in jail for months on end just waiting for a trial, even on a relatively simple matter like violating a no-contact order, that does violate the constitutional right. So I think I would have voted with the rest of the unanimous Supreme Court to reduce the caseloads below the current levels.
Rob, thank you so much for helping us understand. Former State Attorney General Rob McKenna.
.523 at KIRO News Radio. I'm Scott Carty. National headlines. We are continuing to follow a tragedy in India. An Air India Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner bound for London's Gatwick Airport has crashed in Ahmedabad, and reports are no survivors. More than 240 people were aboard. We will keep you posted on that as continuing coverage happens. Your KIRO News Radio forecast. There's some clouds this morning, sun this afternoon. We're looking for a high of 68. It will definitely feel cooler to you out this morning if there's a light breeze in your neighborhood. Right now, it's 53 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, while anti-ice protests continue across the country, preparations are underway for what could be an even larger scale nationwide demonstration taking place this Saturday. We're going to hear the latest from News Nation's D.C. correspondent Tom Dempsey on Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
was drafted in 1999 by the Philadelphia 76ers, and that was just absolutely a dream come true.
Todd's playing in the NBA is unique. His battle with neuropathy is not.
I first started noticing problems a couple years into my NBA career, and I felt like my sock was just balled up right in the arch of my foot, and there'd be areas of burning and tingling, and then there'd be other areas of deadness where there would be no response to touch. We tried everything possible, from surgery to different drugs, to try and take care of some of the symptoms.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, non-drug, pain-free procedures that have helped thousands of neuropathy sufferers find relief.
Now I'm able to spend more time doing the things that I enjoy, being on my feet.
If you experience numbness, shooting, or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Do you notice sounds coming from your crawl space or attic, or possibly stale or foul odors in your home? This could be that rodents have gotten into your attic and crawl and have made it their home. They tear up the insulation to make nests to have babies. They contaminate it with their biological waste, which can be harmful to your health. And they ruin your home's energy blanket, costing you thousands of dollars a year. If you even think you may have a problem, call Insulation Northwest today, and we will come to your home as soon as tomorrow and perform a free, no-obligation inspection to determine what the problem is. This inspection normally costs $199, but it's yours free just for calling today. If we discover any problem with rodents in your home, we can get them out and keep them out and restore your home's protective insulation blanket back to brand new condition. Let Insulation Northwest give peace and comfort back to you and your family and save you thousands of dollars in energy savings. Call Insulation Northwest today, the real insulation company.
InsulationNorthwest.com. Your new beginning starts now. D.R. Horton has new construction homes available throughout the greater Seattle area. With spacious floor plans, flexible living spaces, and home technology packages, you can enjoy more cozy moments and sweet memories in your beautiful new home. With new home communities opening throughout the Seattle area, D.R. Horton has the ideal home for you. Visit drhorton.com to learn more. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car
car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
At Care Partners Senior Living, we believe in providing quality care at an affordable price. Instead of spending on luxury and expensive art, we invest in our people and accommodations with a focus on compassionate overall health. Our communities offer independent, assisted living, and memory care designed to preserve dignity, independence, in your estate. Affordable, personal, trusted. That's our promise. Please give us a call. We have beautiful Care Partners communities throughout Washington and Arizona. Visit carepartnersliving.com.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good Thursday morning, 5:31. I'm Scott Carty. An anti-ICE rally drawing in hundreds of protesters before turning violent last night. Seattle police making a number of arrests. KIRO News Radio's Gwen Baumgardner witnessed the chaos unfold.
Move back! SPD! Move back!
Anti-ICE protesters facing off with Seattle police, hundreds refusing for hours to disperse from downtown, setting a dumpster on fire and graffitiing the outside of the federal building and nearby businesses on 2nd Avenue. Some agitators threw rocks and pointed fireworks at Seattle police. Officers responding with pepper spray, rubber bullets, and handcuffs. Gwen Baumgardner, KIRO News Radio.
There were 8 arrests made, cleanup underway this morning. KIRO News Radio's James Lynch says the rally at Cal Anderson Park was peaceful at first, but that the Seattle Police Department presence was intense.
I've never seen that large of a contingent of Seattle police officers all in riot gear, and I've covered a number of these. They came down with an extreme show of force, cleared out the intersection, stayed there for, I don't know, maybe 3, 4, maybe 5 minutes, and then went back up the hill, and the protesters returned to the intersection, started pushing back up. They came down and cleared it out. I saw at least 2 arrests, 2 really hard takedowns of couple of protesters and arrests.
We have more rallies and protests planned for this Saturday at noon at Cal Anderson Park, part of the No Kings protest. There will be 1,800 similar events around the country. 2 men in critical condition after a large fire at a propane facility in the Gig Harbor Purdy area Wednesday afternoon. Pierce County Sheriff's Deputy Carly Capetto says there was an accidental release of liquid propane and a 120-gallon tank caught fire.
2 employees suffered significant burns, but were still able to quickly follow procedures and shut off the main gas to other propane sources.
Those employees transported and airlifted. She says they prevented what could have been a very tragic situation. For your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic, Tacoma to Seattle, that's just jumped by 10 minutes. It's now up to 46 minutes for your drive there. Puyallup to Seattle, about 45 minutes. In downtown Seattle to the airport, still looking at about 15, 16 minutes for you there. Your KIRO News Radio forecast. We do have clouds in the sky this morning. We will have sun on the way. We're getting kind of used to that pattern. And we will have a high temperature of near 70, maybe 68 degrees. Looking at sun to be continuing for the next several days. You might see a shower, though, today. Be careful. Well, brace yourself. I don't want you to get alarmed. Right now, it's only 53 degrees. And coming up, we have much more with Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News. Seattle's Morning News. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime. Seattle's morning news, wherever you are.
So we've been watching these clashes between demonstrators and ICE across the country, particularly in LA, even in Seattle here yesterday. And protests will continue nationwide in what they're calling No King's Day, which is coming up on Saturday, June 14th.
Here to tell us more about that is News Nation's D.C. correspondent Tom Dempsey. Good morning, Tom. Tell us the history of No King's Day.
Yeah, good morning from Washington, D.C. I'm actually standing on the National Mall as we speak right now, about 100 yards from the main viewing stage for this big parade that's going to be happening here in D.C. on Saturday. So here's the thing, and to answer your question, on one side, yes, it's going to be a sort of a festive atmosphere here in D.C. with a lot of American flags, tanks going through the streets, a big military parade to celebrate the Army's 250th birthday. But on the other side of this, like you said, we are monitoring the chance for some big protests to be happening here. One of those that might be seen by listeners out there are these No Kings rallies that are going to be being held across the country on Saturday, 1,500 of them, according to organizers. And if our listeners are wondering sort of what this is all about, well, again, the No Kings rally is called, and it's basically to call and say that the United States has never had a king in charge, and it's they're hoping to raise awareness about some of the concerns they have about President Donald Trump's term so far, like the cuts to the federal government, the jobs that are lost there. One thing it's important to note with that group in particular that's putting on these No Kings rallies, they are not planning on having any in D.C., and that's specifically in D.C. They're not planning on having any because they don't want to come off as anti-military or anti-veterans. But again, Saturday going to be a really interesting day to watch. You're going to have the celebrating here in D.C., President Donald Trump watching this big military parade, but also lots of protests happening as well.
It also happens to be the president's birthday, and they're rolling tanks down the street in this parade. That's something that normally doesn't get done, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, here's some numbers here. 150 tanks a part of this celebration, as well as I think it's almost 7,000 troops here in D.C. a part of this parade. And like you said, it also coincides with President Donald Trump's birthday, also the 250th birthday of the U.S. Army. So they're expecting hundreds of thousands of people to be here in D.C. Just a short while ago, they opened up this press area for the media to get a closer look at these tanks. These are very big, vehicles, as the listeners know very much about. And part of the preparations for this, interestingly enough, have been putting metal sheets down on the roads here in D.C. because there's big concerns about these tanks tearing up the roads. But apparently, in Texas, they did lots of tests on these metal plates, driving over them 50 times at least. I was shocked to learn that those tanks, they weigh about 60 tons.
Tom, the president did address potential violence yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. He talked about it inside the Oval Office. Pretty heavy-handed words, too, that the president used inside the Oval Office about these possible protests that we can see in Saturday, saying that, any big protests will be met with force, a heavy force that's coming from the president of the United States. So, I think, looking at this, the optics of it, I think the president really wants this to be a big celebration. Lots of American flags. I think he wants to talk about the surging recruitment numbers. That's a fact that the Army has seen this year. They just met their yearly recruitment goal 4 months ahead of schedule. And again, it is worth mentioning, it also coincides with his birthday. So I think he wants to see all sorts of celebrating, and he personally does not want to see any big protests here in D.C., but that might be the case come Saturday.
All right, Tom Dempsey from News Nation. His colleague, the guy who's on with us every Friday, Leland Vittert, he's going to be anchoring some of the coverage on Saturday on News Nation of that parade. So thanks for your time today, Tom.
Thank you.
5:38 at KIRO Newsradio. I'm Scott Carty. Coming up, we're going to have national headlines and get you an update on that Air India crash in India, with more than 240 people suspected dead in that crash. A 787-8 Boeing Dreamliner was the plane destined for Gatwick in London. KIRO News Radio, it's 5:39.
You listen to Charlie and Manda on Seattle's Morning News every morning. What do they listen to every afternoon?
I listen to John all the time when I'm driving home, driving my kids around.
I also listen to the John Curley Show. Even by the end of the day, I still like to keep my brain active, and he's very good at doing that.
John, first of all, is hilarious. I never know where this dude is coming from.
The perfect bookends to your daily commute with KIRO Newsradio on 97.3 FM and the KIRO Newsradio app.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey, it's John Curley with Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. Doc, I heard that 50% of Americans have their lenses replaced by the time they're 75.
That's exactly right, John. As we near 50, our eye's natural lens starts to become dysfunctional. If you've now added readers to your need for glasses and contacts, it's a sign the quality and function of your natural lens is fading, and it's a steady decline towards cataracts.
Don't go another 20-plus years with poor vision, hassling with contacts and readers. Do what I did. Choose a quick, painless refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE and start enjoying great vision now.
Our new lens technology is truly amazing. After replacing over 100,000 lenses, we have the experience to guide each patient to their best solution, even if that's recommending you wait a little while before RLE.
K2 Vision RLE can restore distance and near vision permanently, plus never develop a cataract. Read the reviews and schedule a free Zoom consultation now at K2VisionRLE.com.
Good afternoon, I'm Aaron Granillo.
Your best source for local news.
Newly released police video shows the arrest of a 17-year-old.
KIRO Newsradio.
Do you ever lose your balance or feel dizzy for no apparent reason? Do you hear ringing in your ears or have migraines? These are all signs you could have a problem with your inner ear or vestibular system. To learn more, call the Vestibular Disorders Helpline at 800-837-8428. That's 800-837-8428. Sponsored by the Vestibular Disorders Association.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
CBS News Brief, breaking news from India, where Air India confirms a plane carrying 244 people has crashed after taking off for London. Sources tell CBS News Israel's getting ready to launch an operation into Iran. Correspondent Cavi McCormick.
Non-essential personnel in places like Baghdad, Bahrain, and Kuwait are being ordered to depart. Defense Secretary Hegseth has also authorized the voluntary departure of military dependents from locations around the region.
Protests against immigration raids continue to spread across this country. More than 30 demonstrators arrested in Spokane, Washington, where Mayor Lisa Smith declared a state of emergency.
We believe in the right of peaceful protest, and the safety of our community members is always of the utmost importance.
Beach Boys fans mourning the loss of the genius behind the band, Brian Wilson. Ryan Wilson was 82. He'd been diagnosed with dementia last year. CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
544 at KIRO News Radio. Your forecast this morning, clouds and cooler temperatures. Temperature of about 53 degrees right now, but we will see the sun make its way back in and pushing for a high around 68 to 70. You might even see a sprinkle here or there this morning. Right now, it's 53 in downtown Seattle, and coming up, we're going to continue to hear from candidates in the race for Seattle's next mayor. Dr. Clinton Bliss joins us with his vision for the city with Charlie and Manda. I'm Scott Carty, and you're listening to KIRO News Radio.
It's Jim Singletary, Chief Roof Nerd at RoofSmart, here to tell you the right way to choose a roofer. And it's not by choosing the lowest bid. Just comparing numbers? Terrible idea. A low price doesn't tell you if the job will be done right, and it definitely doesn't tell you anything about the contractor. Instead, treat hiring a roofer like a job interview. Ask them, why did my old roof fail early? What's the right solution for me, and why? Have you been around for at least 10 years? A new roof is a huge investment, and the job shouldn't go to the lowest bidder. It should go to the most qualified. At RoofSmart, we've got over a decade of experience, a team of more than 50 full-time pros, and real answers, not just numbers. Plus, we're certified, insured, and properly licensed. We'd love to apply for your roofing job. Call 206-487-4877 or visit GetRoofSmart.com today. That's 206-487-4877 or online at GetRoofSmart.com.
The sun is shining. It's a beautiful day out for baseball here at T-Mobile Park.
Home. Home is where you gather. With friends. With family.
Ball to right field. It continues. Jorge Polanco.
Sometimes even folks you don't know. But in a way, you do. Because you share at least one thing in common. And one thing can be pretty powerful when it's multiplied by 40,000.
Everybody on their feet here at T-Mobile Park.
Mariners baseball. Welcome home.
Don't miss next week's showdown at T-Mobile Park between the Mariners and Red Sox. The boys from Beantown are visiting for a 3-game set, Monday, June 16th through Wednesday, June 18th. Catch Cal Raleigh and the crew as they take on the Red Sox in this marquee matchup. Lock in your seats now at mariners.com/tickets.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Well, the race for Seattle's mayor continues. 9 candidates have thrown their hats in the ring ahead of August's primary election, and we've invited all of them to join us on Seattle's Morning News.
That we have, and one candidate drawing public interest is Dr. Clinton Bliss. He is with us in the studio. Good morning.
Good morning. Nice to be here.
Nice to have you.
Thank you.
You have a medical background.
Yes.
Why would you want to get into politics?
I think that it actually is partially my medical background that brought me into this. I think that a lot of the rhetoric I hear about dealing with our homeless population really is dealing with addiction and mental health, and that's something that I have extensive experience in managing.
You mentioned addiction and mental health. You know, part of the approach in Seattle is not is having people go into shelter without proactively telling them they should probably go into addiction treatment and go into rehab, detox, what have you. How would you approach that model of harm reduction versus something like saying, hey, you really should go into rehab instead of asking the patient to ask themselves first?
I'm not sure I quite follow that, but what I would say is my experience working with people with addiction is that when they are ready for treatment, you can help them out. And before that, it's kind of like trying to hold on to somebody who is throwing themselves off a cliff. It's very difficult to be helpful to them. And I do believe that we should provide the resources. I think that mental health is kind of similar. It's a little bit different, but also those people need a lot of resources. It's not just housing. They have difficulties managing their lives in general. And I think just throwing them on the street seems a very sad thing to do.
Can you describe what you call the 3 pillars of your campaign?
I'm not sure I can, but integrity is one of them, I recall. I'm a person who believes strongly in being who you are, and if I'm elected, then people will be happy with who I am. I also believe in compassionate action. I believe that caring for others is really important, and really understanding the other side. At the moment, I believe that we are really vilifying the other side. We seem to not want to understand, and everybody's point of view is important if we're going to come to durable solutions. Seems like what we do right now is we kind of dehumanize the other side, and we excommunicate those who don't agree with us. And that's really a step towards warfare, and I think that's what we're seeing in Los Angeles now. It's really sad, if you ask me.
I'm curious what you make of the protests happening there and the anticipated protests tonight and last night, where there was some interactions between police and protesters.
Yes. Again, I feel like this is such a big issue, and it's not just as simple as we're going to protect all immigrants. We have what my understanding is that we often take immigrants who come across our borders and we put them in poor neighborhoods that are ill-equipped to take care of people, have not that many resources already to provide public education. And it puts an extreme strain, and we put each other against each other in these processes. And if we really want to take care of people, we need to work together as a team.
Certainly hope it doesn't get to the point here as it has in L.A. with the protests. But if it were to happen and the President of the United States were to deploy troops in the beautiful city of Seattle, how would you react?
I would appeal to the people of Seattle to find solutions to work together. I think that rule of law still is important, and I think that we cannot pick and choose. I was on a walk yesterday with a group, and they were talking about having traffic cameras, and I said, well, I think those are good. And then I said, I also think those cameras could be used for tagging and graffiti. And they said, oh, no, we don't think we want that. And I feel like we don't get to pick and choose. We can change our laws, but the idea that because we don't get the outcome that we like out of it, that we find that our schools provide, they fail to graduate 50% of our poor and minority students, and we incarcerate people at a higher rate who are poor and minority, and they have longer sentences. That doesn't mean we want to leave criminals on the streets. That just perpetuates that misery, that cycle of misery. And I believe strongly that we want to have rule of law. I believe in protests, but I do not believe in taking over buildings through violence. I think that's all wrong.
Speaking of crime, does Seattle have a gang problem?
I know they have a little bit of a gang problem, and I suspect we have a large one. First of all, gangs generally, in my opinion, are a response to a black market in drugs. And drugs are a thing. The war on drugs, in my opinion, is a waste of our precious resources. We cannot force people, as I was saying earlier, to stop using drugs. When they're committed to that, they will give up their housing, their families, all of that for it. And so, yes, I know in the CHOP, when we had that there, that became a lawless zone, and gangs moved in there, and that was part of the gunfire that was going in. There was people wanting to have that turf in order to deal drugs outside of the law.
How do you keep that from happening?
I think we have to have, I personally am in favor of legalizing drug use. I think we gain hardly anything out of that, and we lose a lot. I'm not sure if that's exactly what you're asking me. Yeah.
No, I think that gives us a kind of an idea for sure. Lastly, because we just have a couple of moments left, what is your big pitch to Seattle voters? If they're listening right now, they want to find out more about Dr. Clinton Bliss and your platform. What's the one thing you want them to know about you as they listen to this interview today?
I'm running for office because Seattle needs help. Frankly, our country needs help. I'm a doctor. I've spent my life helping people, and I have a positive vision for Seattle, not just a tearing down. I believe I can bring people together, and we can make this city a beautiful city, a welcoming city, and a model for taking care of everyone.
Just quickly, a softball to wrap it up here. When you're not campaigning or taking care of patients, what do you like to do?
Well, I guess the thing I've enjoyed most here in Seattle is dance. Laura, my partner, and I, we produce a dance on Capitol Hill called Bliss Dance with rotating DJs, and it's a free-form dance, yes.
I was not expecting that. That's
I wasn't either. Right. It sounds fun.
Okay, Dr. Clinton Bliss, thank you. It's truly a pleasure to have you in the studio.
Thank you. It's nice to be here. Thank you for inviting me.
Absolutely.
Okay.
It's 5:55 at KIRO News Radio. I'm Scott Carty, and your KIRO News Radio forecast for your Thursday morning. There are clouds in the sky. You might even run across a little bit of drizzle here or there, but we are expecting sun this afternoon and a high of 68 to 70 degrees. Right now, it's 53 in downtown Seattle. And coming up on Seattle's Morning News, more of your top local headlines, coverage of the protests last night, and also updates on that tragedy in India with the 787-8 Dreamliner. Air India crashing and more than 240 people suspected dead. Seattle's Morning News with host Charlie Harger and Manda Factor coming up next. And our inbox is always open for your news tips and story ideas at mynorthwest.com. This is KIRO News Radio.
Calling all contractors and equipment operators. The James G. Murphy Auction Company rolls out this month one of the biggest heavy equipment auctions of the summer. On the block, find an incredible collection of heavy equipment, contractors' equipment, and vehicles, like a 2004 John Deere 400C rock truck, a 2010 John Deere 450D LC excavator, a 2001 John Deere 650H LT dozer, and a 2014 Kenworth T800. In contractors' equipment, we have attachments, live edge and dimensional lumber, contractor tools, even a wheel wash system, and much more up for bid. Whether you're building roads, moving earth, or running a construction outfit, we got what you need. Bidding starts 10 a.m. June 12th and closes at 10 a.m. June 19th. Preview all items June 17th and 18th from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at our location in Marysville, 3803 136th Street Northeast. For pictures and details of all items, visit murphyauction.com. That's murphyauction.com.
KIRO FM and HD1 Tacoma, Seattle. For the news you trust.
Breaking news we are getting.
Experience matters.
Good afternoon. I'm Aaron Granillo.
James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
Good morning. I'm Heather Bosch.
Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
We're on YouTube, our app, and 97.3 FM.
Hey, it's Dave Ross with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD from Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Dr. Wagner is hosting a free stem cell webinar to explain stem cell therapy.
I'm really looking forward to this live webinar to educate on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
And remind us which joints you've had the best success with.
Shoulders, elbows, hips, knees, even wrists and ankles. And in this live webinar, we'll tell you all about the procedure, how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells, and how we determine if you're a candidate.
Dr. Wagner has performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures, so if you're in pain, join him for the free stem cell webinar and learn all about this amazing procedure. Register now at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Join Dr. Wagner for his free stem cell webinar Wednesday, June 18th. Register now at drmarkwagnermd.com. drmarkwagnermd.com.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Join in on the conversation by sending a text to 888-973-5476. That's 888-973-KIRO.
Here in the Pacific Northwest, windows can be one of the best investments you can make to add value to your home. At Dunn Lumber, we have designated Marvin window specialists who have been trained by Marvin to best serve your needs. If you need help finding the right windows for your home, come by one of our 4 Dunn Lumber window showrooms. Or reach out to me personally, Mike Dunn at DunnLumber.com.
Dunn Lumber, building success together.
Worried about your aging parents' bathroom? You can convert that old tub into a walk-in shower with Bathfitter. Custom fit, installed in just 1 day with 0% interest for 24 months. Call Bathfitter now or visit bathfitternw.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Chaos outside a hospital in northwestern India where a passenger plane bound for London crashed just after takeoff today. Randir Jaiswal is with the Indian Ministry of External Affairs.
What has happened in Ahmedabad is a very tragic accident. We have lost a lot of people.
The local police chief says there appear to be no survivors. CBS News transportation correspondent Chris Van Cleve.
This crashed into a residential area just off the runway of the airport. So there's concerns that there are additional people in those buildings that the plane hit, in addition to the 240 plus people on board. This plane has been flying for 11 years for Air India and had been making multiple flights over the last few days, so had been in heavy use.
The U.S. is pulling, multiple sources tell CBS News U.S. officials have been informed Israel is ready to launch an operation against Iran. CBS's Ed O'Keefe.
Iranian officials say they're not going to abandon what they believe is their right to enrich uranium and want the U.S. to lift sanctions put in place in 2018 when President Trump dropped a previous agreement to curb Iran's nuclear program that had been negotiated by President Obama and European countries. As for the possible Israeli operation against Iran, both Israeli officials and the White House had no official comment.
The U.S. is pulling some non-essential personnel and family members from the region. Protests against immigration raids continue to expand across this country. Officers in Spokane, Washington, using pepper balls on a crowd of demonstrators. More than 30 were arrested after Mayor Lisa Smith declared a state of emergency.
We believe in the right of peaceful protest, and the safety of our community members is always of the utmost importance.
Today, a federal judge in San Francisco will take up California Governor Gavin Newsom's protest over the president's deployment of National Guard troops and Marines to L.A. Loyola Law's Lori Levinson.
The government is taking the position that indeed this was necessary to call in the National Guard and even the Marines, protect federal officials and federal property, and that the federal court should not be second-guessing the President of the United States in this type of action.
Deaths from alcohol-related liver disease are on the rise, especially among women and young people. CBS's Christian Benavides.
Researchers say the findings in JAMA Network Open underscore the urgent need for public health interventions, especially given the increases seen in alcohol consumption following the COVID-19 pandemic.
Dow futures down 173. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. In short, a lot of things. Bundle today at Progressive.com.
Streets of Seattle filled with protesters last night. We'll have an update in just a moment after we check the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk with Chris Sullivan.
Off to a pretty good start today. No real issues out there. Just a little bit of braking here and there, like northbound I-5. As you make your way right around 320th and coming up out of Federal Way, we've got ourselves about a 40-minute trip from Federal Way to Seattle, maybe a little bit under. We'll also seeing the brake lights right there at Highway 18, northbound 167, so we've got about 40 minutes from Puyallup to Renton. Renton to Bellevue is about a half an hour, so not too bad. Sorry, about 20 minutes now. Sorry, don't mean to give you guys a heart attack that early. It's only 20 minutes. Coming down from the north end, just a little braking in Marysville. Not too much away from Linwood, but watch out. Early this morning, before 5, first time ever, state troopers I saw with motorcycles out checking HOV and speed violations before 5 a.m. Believe me, it's rampant coming down I-5 from Snohomish County, but 35 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. Not bad. Olympia to Tacoma, 35 as well. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. Download the Seattle Sports app and stay in the know with the latest news, scores, and opinions about your favorite teams.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. An anti-ICE rally in downtown Seattle last night attracted hundreds of protesters before it turned violent.
They blocked off streets and set a dumpster on fire while police fired flashbangs and pepper spray to control the crowd.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey joins us live in studio with the latest. Luke?
Yeah, this started about 7 o'clock last night at Cal Anderson Park in Capitol Hill. Then protesters marched downtown in front of the Federal Building on 2nd Avenue, and as the sun set...
We're trying to get out of here.
Hundreds of anti-ICE protesters clashed with police. They threw rocks and shot fireworks at police. They also spray painted graffiti on the outside of that Federal Building on 2nd Avenue and on nearby businesses, yelling at officers the entire time.
Move back! SPD! Move back!
Police responded with pepper spray and rubber bullets. SPD says they arrested some 8 people. Hold on for a second. I got a little soundbite for you.
I got hit while I was walking down.
With a rubber bullet?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Just kind of startled me a little bit.
That was a protester reacting to getting hit with a rubber bullet. You know, we're going to see if those protesters continue today like they are in other cities, like we're seeing in Los Angeles, day and night. There are more protests, however, scheduled here in Seattle this weekend, part of the so-called No Kings protests across the country against President Donald Trump, set to take place at the same time when a military parade is happening in D.C. for the Army's 250th anniversary. The march also falls on Trump's birthday, so expect to see protesters then. As for tonight, we'll keep our eye open.
All right, Luke, thank you. 6:06 now. Seattle could soon see federal tactical teams on its streets. NBC News reports Immigration and Customs Enforcement plans to deploy what are called special response teams here.
These are elite ICE units trained for high-risk raids. They use armored Bearcat vehicles, long guns, and tactical gear. Supporters, including President Trump, say these teams are needed to enforce immigration law and protect public safety. Mayor Bruce Harrell told King 5 the city has not been officially notified, but he says Seattle will not cooperate with ICE. Harrell says the city will follow state law and protect its most vulnerable.
Keeping you informed since 1974.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Thought we would celebrate a little. Brian Wilson.
Yeah.
Died yesterday, age 82.
What a pioneer.
That's one of the great songs. If you have not heard the Smile album, that is just a tremendous vocal from a choir that he has there. So, honoring him, some great music from him and the Beach Boys. I'm Charlie Harger, along with Manda Factor. We have Sully in studio. Producer David Burbank is alongside us as well. We have Scott Carty out in the newsroom, and Nick Krasha is running the board for us today.
It is Thursday, June 12th, and this hour of Seattle's Morning News is sponsored by American Crawl Space and Pest Control.
Well, this is pretty fun. In just a few minutes, we chat with actor and comedian Jeremy Piven.
He's funny.
Yeah, he plays Ari Gold on Entourage, and he has a stand-up coming to town. We'll talk about that. And Sully, you have a choke point coming up?
Yeah, I do.
You
want to know what it is?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, well, it's going to be trouble. Northbound I-405 is going to be closed this weekend.
Great.
It's going to be
Sully.
very, very difficult to get around this weekend.
Okay. It is 6:08 here on Seattle's Morning News.
A shooting in Pioneer Square sent 2 people to the hospital.
Seattle Police Detective Brian Pritchard says it happened just after 5 yesterday evening near 3rd and James.
The female had a gunshot wound to the head. The male had a gunshot wound to the foot.
Medics rushed both to Harborview. The woman's condition is critical. The man is expected to recover. Police arrested the suspect without any trouble. They believe there was some sort of fight just before the shooting. Detectives from the homicide unit are now leading the investigation, and they say if you saw anything, have any information, give Seattle Police a call.
The Chelan County Sheriff vows to not stop looking for the man accused of murdering his 3 young daughters. KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay reports they're focused on the mountains near Leavenworth.
Chelan County Sheriff Mike Morrison says they have not given up and they are not going to stop looking for Travis Decker, who they say kidnapped and killed his 3 girls nearly 2 weeks ago.
You will see a change in our tactics as we proceed forward. You will not see the amount of resources that we have had out there, but you are seeing a different element of our approach as we continue to track down Travis following leads.
At a press briefing Wednesday afternoon, he didn't get into specifics, but he did say that they are tracking Decker's footprints and they're using teams on the ground. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
2 men are in critical condition. This is after a large fire at a propane facility in the Gig Harbor, Purdy area yesterday afternoon. Pierce County Sheriff's Deputy Carly Capetto says there was some sort of accidental release of liquid propane. A 120-gallon tank of propane caught fire.
2 employees suffered significant burns, but were still able to quickly follow procedures and shut off the main gas to other propane sources.
She says that prevented what could have been a tragic situation. The incident is still under investigation.
Supporters of a voter ID initiative in Washington are just now starting to gather signatures. The Center Square reports the measure would require proof of citizenship to register to vote. That means showing documents like a passport or birth certificate. Backers, including Republican Representative Jim Walsh, say it's about restoring trust in elections. Critics argue it could block eligible voters and create unnecessary barriers. To qualify for the ballot, the campaign needs more than 308,000 signatures by early January. If certified, lawmakers could adopt it or send it to voters in 2026.
A former state employee says she was fired for how she voted as a school board member. The Washington State Standard reports Darby Kaikkonen was a full-time employee of the Office of Superintendent of Public Instruction. She also served on her own time as an elected official on the Tumwater School Board. She says she was fired after voting to bar transgender girls from girls' sports. Kaikkonen says it was retaliation for her personal political stance and a violation of her rights. State hasn't responded to the lawsuit yet. She is suing for lost wages, emotional distress, and damage to her reputation.
License plate cameras are coming to Mount Lake Terrace.
It took months of intense debate, but the Mount Lake Terrace City Council approved the contract in a 5-2 vote. And now 9 cameras from the company Flock will go up on main streets to track the movement of license plates. The Herald reports 80 other cities have adopted similar technology, and they say it's helped prosecute car theft. But opponents and privacy advocates question how private companies will use this footage and whether it could be shared with other government entities like ICE. Jillian Raftery for KIRO News Radio.
Another Washington climber has died on Alaska's Mount McKinley, this time in an avalanche. National Park Service says 29-year-old Nicholas Vizzini was skiing with a partner Tuesday when they triggered the avalanche. Park officials say he was caught in the slide and did not survive. According to the News Tribune, his partner was snowboarding and made it out. Second climbing death on the mountain this season. Just last week, 41-year-old Alex Chu of Seattle fell 3,000 feet.
The Mariners are now below 500 after a rough road trip.
A swing and a miss for strike 3, and the ball game is over. The Diamondbacks sweep aside the Mariners in this 3-game series. Diamondbacks winning this afternoon a final of 5-2.
They're now 33 and 34 on the season. They're limping back home to start a 3-game series against the Cleveland Guardians starting tomorrow. Another opportunity to start a brand new winning streak.
Big winning streak. Winning streak.
It's been a little rough, hasn't it?
Go Mariners.
That's baseball for you.
Yep. Well, let's get a check on the weather brought to us by State Roofing and Exteriors. Nick Allard, you are watching what's going on, and what do you see right now?
Hashtag World Series. Besides that, I also see lots of low clouds. I've been saying that every year for a very, very long time. Even before hashtags were invented.
You called it Pound Sign World Series back then.
Pound Sign World Series, of course. Low clouds are everywhere this morning. They're going to be around for a good part of your day before we slowly see some sun breaks increasing later today, but that's about all we're going to see. Call it partly to mostly cloudy later today after a cloudy day overall. I think highs are going to top out only in about like 68 or so today, so much, much cooler. Maybe a few sprinkles farther north later today, and then tomorrow we're all cloudy with barely any sun breaks developing, and probably even, some either sprinkles or some drizzle before, late day sun breaks. But this weekend, morning clouds, afternoon sun, low 70s tomorrow, low 70s rather for Saturday, and then low to mid 70s for Father's Day. Looks great. Next week, might even see a little rain by Tuesday night into Wednesday. So the bottom line is we are cloudier for a couple days. We are cooler. I do think you are going to see some sunshine this weekend, and then maybe some pockets of showers in the mix for later Tuesday into Wednesday. But Father's Day looks great right now.
All right, Nick, it is 53 and cloudy at 6:14.
And that's time to head back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. We do traffic every 10 minutes. And here's Chris Sullivan.
It is really heavy northbound I-5 now, working your way up towards the Kent Des Moines Road. Really stacked in there as you work towards the construction zone. 25 minutes already from Federal Way to South Center, and 45 minutes all the way to Seattle. Also heavy through the the 167-18 corridor there in Auburn. Not quite 45 minutes, but we're getting closer to that corridor being that 25 minutes out of Auburn. And Renton to Bellevue, still not too bad, about 20 minutes, maybe a little bit under. Coming down from the north end, a much better day in Marysville than we've had the previous 3 days. Just a little bit of braking there. Also seen some slowing right around the Mill Creek interchange. 35 to 40 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. The Lake Bridges are fine. Olympia to Tacoma is nice and easy at 35 minutes. This report brought to you by Washington 811. If you're digging in your yard, the law requires you to call 811 to avoid dangerous and costly damage to utility lines. Call 811 or submit online, digsafewa.com.
6:15 now. We head over to the news desk with Scott Carty.
Charlie, summer means sharks.
Oh, of course.
Mm-hmm. And if you're headed for the shore on the East Coast, watch out.
They say 30-year-old-ish Contender, who measures 14 feet and weighs more than 1,600 pounds, is likely making a stopover for food to build his energy reserves for the 1,000 or so summer migration to the northeastern U.S. or Atlantic Canada.
That's right. Contender has made its way to North Carolina.
That's the shark's name?
That's the shark, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's 14 feet and more than 1,600 pounds.
Well, they're going to have to evacuate the beaches for the 4th of July holiday.
Well, I think you might know where we're going, right? So, yes, Contender is out there. And, of course, what do we have? Shark Week every summer, right?
I thought you were going to tell us there's another Sharknado movie coming out.
Well, there should be. I mean, we're not going to say that that's a bad idea. I'm not going to, for at least. But, yeah, so it's shark season, and this big guy is out there. He'll be making his way farther up to the northeast. So if you're planning that East Coast shore vacation, you might want to just watch out.
Keep an eye out for Contender. 6:16 now.
For more than 50 years, the voice Seattle trusts. This is Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
Joining the show is actor and comedian Jeremy Piven. He's performing stand-up at the Neptune Theater here in Seattle on July 12th.
Okay, stop. I get to ask this. How you living, Jay Piven? I love the title of your podcast.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. I love doing podcasts. It's, as you guys know, it's just really fun to talk to people and chop it up. And people feel really comfortable with me, and they just get really, really weird. And in the best way. In the best way.
Where are you? Where are you right now?
I'm in the Witness Protection Program, as you can tell. Yeah, things are, I'm underground. I can't tell you the location.
Well, we do know you were in Chicago. You just shot your stand-up special over the weekend. How'd it go?
Yeah, it was incredible. I got to go home, and yeah, you're the first people I'm talking to about it. I'm actually in St. Louis. I just finished a show here, and I've been doing a different city every day. And I went home to Chicago and filmed it in front of my people. A couple sold-out shows at the Vic Theater, and the whole thing was a miracle. It was incredible.
It was a miracle. Do you have more nerves in your hometown?
That's a great question. I nerves are an energy, and we assign a negative connotation to it. But all nerves are is an energy to wake you up and to say, hey, this is real. You know, let's get it together. And then you breathe through the nerves and you live the dream. And welcome to my TED Talk. You can play this later if you're having trouble sleeping. It's so boring. I apologize. I can't wait to be funny and not talk about how funny you should think I am.
Well, speaking of nerves and funny, maybe you can talk about that first pitch, Jeremy.
So no, that's just humiliation, my good man.
Not gonna do it.
Thank you. Listen, when they ask you to throw out the first pitch at, Wrigley Field on the 12th of November, let's see how you do. Good night, everyone. Thank you for coming. Enjoy the veal. I walked into that one, brother. Gotta bring a butter knife to a tank fight. But thank you for that. Let's talk about the first pitch. Here's the reality. I've never bounced it before. It was my honor. Ian Happ is a buddy who plays for the Cubs, and they coached me up, Justin Turner. And listen, this is a metaphor for life.
Yeah.
I was overthinking it on the mound.
Oh,
I was overthinking it, and I ended up bouncing it, and it was humiliating. But the good news is, like life is, once you walk through that, on the other side of that was 2 great shows where the next night where I was in my hometown performing in front of my people. And, it was my first special that I've ever filmed, and it was absolutely incredible.
Well, people obviously know you for Entourage. You won a bunch of awards for Entourage. How is acting in a show like that different than doing stand-up?
Well, with Entourage, my job, and my God, was I lucky to have it, and my honor was to take the written word, every single word, and make it feel improvisational. Make it feel like, oh man, this guy's just making it up. Because everyone thought I was just making it up. And what a great compliment that is. And an agent actually said to me one time, he goes, I'm having trouble getting you work on your hiatus because everyone's saying there's no way that's acting. And I'm like, I'm sorry. Wait, what was that? Say that one more time. The acting in Entourage, the written word that is not acting. Is it pottery? Is it, what is it exactly? What are we doing here, guys? So, listen, nothing makes sense in this life. Nothing makes sense. The highest paid actor in the world is The Rock. He's never taken an acting class. I'm very bitter. And I'm going to unpack all of this in Seattle at the Neptune.
I can't wait. And I just read a critique this morning of your show, which said guaranteed side-splitting laughter. That's a pretty good review.
Let's go! Now, can I ask a question about the theater? Have you guys been to this theater?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I haven't, and I heard it's beautiful.
It's great. I've been to a couple shows there. In fact, I brought my daughter to a Kids Bop concert there once, and they brought us up on stage. I danced on stage there, Jeremy.
Ooh.
So maybe.
Okay, well, do we have proof? Do we have video? What do we have here?
Oh, I've tried to get all copies burned. Unfortunately, there is something out on the internet. Maybe I should have taken some tap dancing lessons from you, though.
Well, listen, if you guys don't mind, I'm coming to town, and I'd love to come into the studio. Is that all right?
We would love that.
Okay, we're kind of early in the morning, though.
Yeah, we.
Listen. I love Seattle. My memory of Seattle is filming with Cameron Crowe in Seattle, if you can believe it.
What did you film here?
I don't know if you guys know who that is.
Yeah, of course. When was that?
Well, oh my God, I'm not good with dates because I'm in denial of my age. I'm
you
totally
and me
delusional.
Both, brother.
Yeah, because there are people out there like, bro, do you remember in '97 I sat behind you at a Cubs game? I got sick. I threw up on you. No, brother, I don't. Why are we doing this? How old were you, bro, in '97? I don't know. I don't know, bro. No, I did Singles and Say Anything with Cameron, and I did a music video with him in Seattle, and it's the closest I'll ever get to, being a rock star. I think it's a very intimate theater. That's why I wanted to play it. I think it's about how many seats? I don't even know.
Probably 1,000.
Yeah, not more than that.
I'm bad with the numbers, but when I was dancing on stage like I do, it seemed like it was basically Wrigley Field. It seemed like a lot of people judging me and my dancing.
Yeah, and by the way, that feeling is very common, and that's what everyone feels the first time they really, enter into a new arena like that. And that's, if you wanted to be a professional dancer, and I don't suggest it, my good man, I don't know if you have it in you. I think if you were a stripper, I think your stripper name would be Vanilla Drizzle or Put Some Ice on It.
Can you not put that picture in my head, please?
Sorry, I apologize for Vanilla Drizzle. I'll never say that again. I apologize. That was horrible.
Thank you.
Jeremy Piven, thanks for joining us today. And your show is coming up July 12th, and we will see you on July 12th. He is guaranteed he's going to be in the studio.
How about if I see you on July 10th in studio?
That sounds terrific. Thank you, Jeremy Piven.
Thank you guys for your time.
Yeah, we can't wait to see you. Good luck on tour, and we'll see you soon.
He promised. He promised.
He did, and it's actually on the books now, and it's the 7th of July.
7th. He's going to join us in studio.
Yep,
all right.
wait.
Ari Gold will be here, people.
So funny.
All right. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. Here's Chris Sullivan.
Great. Then I'll finally be able to know who he is. So that's awesome. Looking
Sully.
at the drive northbound 405 right now through the Renton S-curves, we're starting to see a few more brake lights. We've got about a 22-minute trip to make the drive up into Bellevue. Behind that, the Valley Freeway definitely filling in. We got brake lights in Auburn, a little bit at the north end, 25 minutes from Auburn, 45 from Puyallup still. Northbound I-5, Olympia to Tacoma, no issues. Few brake lights up the hill. Federal Way to Seattle's getting pretty heavy up through that Kent Des Moines Road. Overall, about 50 minutes now. Coming down from the north end, little slowing in Marysville, a little bit across the trestle. 204, though, was pretty heavy. Coming down from the north end, a little bit on the I-5-405 corridor, definitely seeing brake lights through Canyon Park. 45 minutes from Everett to Bellevue, about 42 from Everett to Seattle. This report brought to you by ProSculpt, the one-day permanent fat loss skin tightening solution for men and women, offered by New Skin Med Spa in Bellevue. Book your free consultation, prosculpt.com.
Clouds this morning, sunshine by afternoon, and a high today of 68. It's 53 in Seattle right now.
Coming up, the latest on the protests overnight that turned violent in Seattle. That's on the way here on Seattle's Morning News.
The first place you turn to for breaking news.
Protest outside City Hall.
KIRO News Radio.
James Lynch begins our team coverage live at City Hall.
Now, we are told by SPD that 4 people have been arrested for assault. For more on the counter protesters, we go to Scott Carty.
See a group of another 10 officers come down the steps.
Closures now extended from Washington closer to the stadiums.
KIRO News Radio on 97.3 FM. And download the KIRO News Radio app to listen anytime.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
Concur Technologies seeks developer at their Bellevue, Washington location responsible for development focusing on design, coding, testing, and quality assurance of specific SAP product features in a development team. Hybrid work model. Base salary is between $137,259 and $166,500. Health insurance, 401k, and other benefits located at sapnorthamericabenefits.com. Total compensation of base salary plus incentives is between $137,259 and $185,000. Apply at jobs.sap.com. Use requisition ID 424340. Apply at jobs.sap.com. Use requisition ID 424340. Apply at jobs.sap.com. Use requisition ID 424340. Apply at jobs.sap.com. Use requisition ID 424340.
Jason Rance here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn from None Better Tax Resolution. So, Greg, we've got a new administration. What have we seen as a result at the IRS?
Well, the result that I think everyone is seeing is, unfortunately, reduction in staff.
And yet people think that because of those reductions, they're in a better spot.
Well, it's not necessarily the case, because the IRS is still going to work with the staff that they have. And in fact, their collection activity is going up.
But now is also the best time to get something done that could be favorable to the taxpayer who owes.
It's very interesting. I've had 2 cases now that I was able to get settled with the IRS fairly quickly and with some excellent results. I think they're just trying to get any case where there's a real live person working on it through the system quicker. They're needing to handle a lot more cases. The caseload isn't going to slow down.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, call Greg Nunn. None Better Tax Resolution, 425-947-1967, or Google NUNN. None Better Tax Resolution.
Summer's fast approaching, which makes this the perfect time to get ready for the busy season with help from WaFd Bank. Get ahead of the game with services like payment processing so customers can buy through kiosk, mobile, online, contactless, whatever way they want to pay. Plus, get industry-leading security and personalized help from dedicated IT support so you can get back to the important stuff. WaFd Bank has the knowledge and experience to make your business goals a reality. WaFd Bank, built for business. Visit wafdbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC.
Fraud is rampant, and those on Medicare are targets. Medicare never makes cold calls, so when someone calls you and says they're from Medicare, hang up. If you get an offer for free medical equipment or services, toss it. When you get your medical statement, read it. And if anything looks suspicious, report it to the Senior Medicare Patrol with Sheba. Sheba is a free, unbiased service of the Washington State Office of the Insurance Commissioner. If you suspect fraud, search Medicare Sheba or call 800-562-6900.
Guys, it's Men's Health Month at Revive Seattle. Get a free comprehensive wellness panel. It checks your testosterone, blood sugar, heart health, and more. Valued at $400. Offer ends June 30th. Call 206-529-1111 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
At the Harnish Auto family, people matter isn't just a saying. It's how they do business. For over 40 years, their dealerships, Chevy, Buick, GMC, Volkswagen, Subaru of Puyallup, plus Chevrolet and Kia of Everett, have built a stellar reputation on trust, respect, and great deals. From supporting local charities to making sure every customer drives away happy, they're here for you. Stop by any of their dealerships or visit HarnishAutoFamily.com and find your next car today. Harnish Auto Family. People matter.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 6:31. A Boeing 787 Dreamliner jet crashed in northwestern India overnight just after taking off with more than 240 people on board.
And the local police chief says there appear to be no survivors. Also fears of great loss of life on the ground. CBS News senior transportation correspondent Chris Van Cleve has the latest.
This crashed into a residential area just off the runway of the airport. So there's concerns that there are additional people in those buildings that the plane hit, in addition to the 240 plus people on board. This plane has been flying for 11 years for Air India and had been making multiple flights over the last few days, so had been in heavy use.
The Air India flight was headed to London, and this is the first crash of a 787.
An anti-ICE rally in downtown Seattle last night attracted hundreds of protesters before turning violent.
They blocked off streets, set a dumpster on fire, while police fired flashbangs and pepper spray to control the crowd. KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey joins us live with the latest. Luke?
Protesters marched from Cal Anderson Park in Capitol Hill to downtown last night, where they clashed with police in front of the Federal Building on 2nd Avenue.
Damn! That's our reaction. We're trying to get out of here.
KIRO News Radio's Gwen Baumgartner was right in the middle of it. She says things really came to a head around 10:30 last night.
Someone started throwing things at law enforcement, and all of a sudden, that line came back down the hill towards the Federal Building, and clashes with protesters were happening. I saw a person get pepper sprayed directly in the eyes.
Anti-ICE protesters were throwing rocks and fireworks at police. They also spray painted graffiti on the outside of the Federal Building and on nearby businesses, and they really took over the streets for hours. Police responded with pepper spray, as Gwen said, and rubber bullets. They arrested some 8 people.
I got hit while I was walking down.
With a rubber bullet?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Just kind of startled me a little bit.
So we'll be watching to see if this protest continues today, like we're seeing in other cities like Los Angeles, the U.S. Marines now being deployed in that city. There are also violent protests across the state in Spokane. Wait until you hear what happened there. We've got some sound for you, and I'll have that coming up at the top of the hour.
Okay, Luke, this comes as we get word of a possible ICE deployment to Seattle.
NBC News says special response teams, ICE's tactical units, are being sent to 5 cities, including ours. These teams roll in with Bearcat armored vehicles and military-style gear. They're used in high-risk operations, and their presence often sparks protests. Supporters, including President Trump, argue these teams are necessary to crack down on undocumented immigration. Mayor Bruce Harrell told King 5 Seattle will not help with any raids. He says the city will follow state law, which limits cooperation with ICE.
Now it's time to check the traffic conditions at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
And we are still rolling okay, with the exception of northbound I-5. Definitely adding some more minutes to that corridor from the Highway 18 interchange on up past the Kent Des Moines Road. It's 35 minutes to get you up to South Center, and about an hour now all the way into Seattle. So a little ahead of schedule for hitting that hour mark. Valley Freeway is getting closer to 50 minutes now from end to end, with brake lights off and on in the normal places. Eastbound 512 is a little heavy through Puyallup as well. Then Renton to Bellevue is about 25 minutes. No shocker there. Coming down from the north end, we're picking up a little bit more action through the Marysville area, but it's only 22 minutes to go from Arlington to Everett. Some brake lights right around the Boeing Freeway and 128th, and then away from Linwood. 45 minutes from Everett to Seattle is a pretty decent number at this time of day. 50 from Everett into Bellevue. The Lake Bridges are still enjoying a pretty good drive. The Olympia to Tacoma Drive, all green on the map. This report brought to you by Subaru of Puyallup. Has you covered with over 300 new Subarus on the lot. Come in now so you can secure today's pricing on tomorrow's car. Subaru of Puyallup, your stress-free dealership.
Might feel a little bit chilly after our mini heat wave. We'll see clouds this morning, sunshine by afternoon, but only 68 today. Tomorrow looks pretty much the same. Saturday, mostly sunny into the low 70s. Back to 75 on Sunday with lots of sunshine. Right now it's cloudy and 53 in Seattle.
Time for the opening bell. President Trump and the First Lady arrived at the Kennedy Center last night for opening night of the award-winning musical Les Miserables. Before the show, the president gave himself a big pat on the back.
The economic numbers, you saw them today, they're setting records. We took $88 billion in tariffs in 2 months, far beyond what anybody expected. There's no inflation. People are happy.
Yesterday, the consumer price index for May came in lower than expected.
And the president yesterday morning said a U.S. trade deal with China is done. CBS's Olivia Rinaldi at the White House with what's known about this agreement.
And basically, it's the framework of what we saw come out of Geneva last month. But the difference in this is they said they had some negativity they needed to sort out. What was that negativity? Well, it was U.S. access to rare earth minerals and magnets. Yep. Magnets. Not the magnets that go in your fridge, but the magnets that you need in your cars, the magnets that you need to build, certain things in the defense sector as well.
Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping will both have to formally sign off on that deal.
President is expected to sign measures today repealing different regulations concerning air quality. And CBS's Michael Toscano reports one of them includes ending California's attempt to phase out gas-powered cars.
The president is expected to sign a resolution passed by Congress to stop California's first-in-the-nation rule banning sales of new gas-powered cars by 2035. Congress took that action over the objections of the Senate parliamentarian and the Government Accountability Office, which said Congress did not have the authority to do so. With some of the nation's worst air pollution, California has been able to seek waivers for decades from EPA, allowing stricter emission standards than the federal government's. A spokesperson for Governor Gavin Newsom said, quote, "We're fighting back." Michael Toscano, CBS News, Washington.
The White House has told ICE to target places where undocumented immigrants hang out, like the locations of giant retailer Home Depot. Certified financial planner Doug Flynn tells News Nation that's bad for the job market.
There's no question that the employment growth in those areas where a lot of undocumented people work has slowed way down. The amount of people coming in is way down, and people are now not showing up at the places they used to show up for work.
The ICE raids have also deprived community members of a ready source of day laborers.
If you love Red Hook Brew Lab on Capitol Hill, you might want to stop by soon. The brewery is closing, according to Tilray Brands, the company that owns it. They made the announcement yesterday. They haven't given a closing date. The Brew Lab sits in a 10,000 square foot space on East Pike. It's part of the Pike Motorworks building. Puget Sound Business Journal reports Tilray is hunting for a new spot.
How about pizza by drone? Could be coming to Redmond. Pagliacci says it's opening a new location on Redmond Way, right near the light rail station. Co-owner Matt Galvin says they are looking at drone delivery. Puget Sound Business Journal reports they might test it out at Redmond or Eastgate as early as this fall. No final decision yet, but Galvin says, quote, "It's a little up in the air."
Oh.
The new shop is expected to open in October.
Manda.
Sorry.
My question.
He said it, I didn't.
Has Sully had Pagliacci's pizza before?
Have you heard of it?
I think I had it once. Okay.
Isn't that what we get for
15
election
years
night?
ago.
Okay. Election night pizza here at the station. That's Pagliacci.
It's been a few nights since I've done my the election nights, overnight sleeping on the floor, covering elections when they weren't done at 8:05.
Yeah. Back in the day.
Night?
Yeah. Okay. Well, on Wall Street right now, we're taking a look at the numbers. Boeing shares are down 5%. This is coming in the wake of the 787 crash. Dow Jones Industrial Average is down 199 points right now. S&P 500 is down 10 points, and the NASDAQ is off by 23.
Now, a word from KIRO 7 TV. KIRO 7 News. So watch KIRO 7 News at 4, 5, and 6 only on KIRO 7 TV.
And Sully, what's the headline for traffic?
Well, it's northbound I-5, definitely trying to work your way up from Federal Way. We'll break it down for you next.
The opening bell is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
KIRO News Radio is right there with you.
A big story developing this morning.
On your smart speaker before you head out the door.
We get the latest live from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Huge impacts for Boeing and Boeing workers.
The office, the gym, anywhere.
Water, like taxes, goes all the way down to the bottom, so it'll either come out of the employee's paycheck or the lack of raise.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
Charlie Harger here. When your hot turns to cold, you better think fast. Fast water heater. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST. That's 1-800-THINK-FAST or fastwaterheater.com.
You better think fast. Fast water heater.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. we're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
At the Harnish Auto family, people matter isn't just a saying, it's how they do business. For over 40 years, their dealerships, Chevy, Buick, GMC, Volkswagen, Subaru of Puyallup, plus Chevrolet and Kia of Everett, have built a stellar reputation on trust, respect, and great deals. From supporting local charities to making sure every customer drives away happy, they're here for you. Stop by any of their dealerships or visit HarnishAutoFamily.com and find your next car today. Harnish Auto Family. People matter.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
It's 6:43. Chris Sullivan is watching the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we're stacked in northbound I-5 as you work your way up past the Kent-Des Moines Road. 35 minutes from Federal Way to the South Center area and about an hour all the way into Seattle. So not exactly the greatest of drives, but nothing out of the ordinary for a Thursday. Valley Freeway also starting to see a little bit more action. Not quite 30 minutes out of the Auburn area and 50 all the way from Puyallup. But of course,
it's a reminder that, yes, it doesn't get there very often. And only when it really has to.
And it really has to, apparently. $15 in the northbound 167 hot lane. Coming down, continuing up the corridor, if you're going up 405, you're going to have about a 30-minute trip there. Coming down from the north end, not too bad. Just some hesitation in Marysville, much better than we've seen the last couple of days. And then you have about a 45-minute trip, Everett to Seattle, about 50 Everett to Bellevue. A little bit more action through Canyon Park. And we're looking at about a 35-minute trip to make it from Olympia to Tacoma. So no problems there. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
It's going to be a very pleasant day weather-wise. We'll see sunshine by afternoon, starting the day with pretty thick clouds, though. 68, our high for today. Tomorrow, we're going to stay mostly cloudy and 67, but back to the sunshine for both days on the weekend, Saturday and Sunday. Father's Day on Sunday, don't forget. It'll be sunny and 75. Right now, it's cloudy and 53 in Seattle.
6:45 now. Katrina Gishard has the day off and filling in. Here's Scott Carty.
She's got the whole week off. Lucky her. She's on the East Coast vacationing.
Yeah, staying away from that shark.
That's right. Now, if it seems like I'm dreaming of vacations and maybe some time in the water, you're right.
Okay.
Yeah, but here's the deal. Seattle Parks and Recreation is saying to avoid getting into the water at Magnuson Park.
Sharks?
No. But this does apply to your pets.
The health department recorded high bacteria levels, and that can make you or your pets sick. King County Public Health tests area beaches once a week, typically on Monday or Tuesday afternoons from mid-May through mid-September.
And let's just say the high bacteria levels are not from leftover moldy beach towels, okay?
Ew.
Yeah.
Yuck.
Yeah. That's KIRO TV7's Lindsay Sheldon, and we'll keep you posted on any changes. But yes, again, this does apply to your pets. So if you're going down to Magnuson and you want Rover to go out and splash around, Rover is going to bring something home.
Yeah, I used to take my dog to Magnuson to swim there all the time.
But not
especially
now.
as the summer heats up. But good to know.
All right, good heads up. Thank you, Scott. 6:45, Sully, what's coming up in your hotspot?
Well, we're going to take a look at Choke Point, actually, coming up next. We've got a big time closure of northbound 405 this weekend, so we'll talk about it coming up next.
Take your business to the next level in 2025 with help from WaFd Bank. WaFd Bank's business accounts and cash flow tools get you paid in hours, not weeks, so you can grow your business and meet your goals. You need a best bank. Visit wafdbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of.
JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Roof now, pay later. No payments until 2027. Zero down, zero payments, and zero interest for up to 24 months. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Since 1968, we've helped homeowners just like you get beautiful, durable roofs without breaking the bank. Book today and lock in summer pricing before it's too late. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Hey, oh, let's go.
Now, Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
Presented by Carter Subaru.
Oh, boy. That trip to graduation or to visit Dad for Father's Day could be a little delayed.
Yeah, northbound 405 is going to be closed between Renton and Factoria. And Chris, you are here with the details.
Yep, the freeway is going to be closed from Sunset Boulevard in Renton to Coal Creek Parkway in Factoria. All the northbound on and off ramps along that corridor will be closed as well. WashDOT's Craig Smiley says contractors are picking off items from their long to-do list for the widening of 405.
We're doing a lot of work this weekend. It's going to be a lot of paving, a lot of panel replacements. We're continuing to install drainage structures, so a couple of drainage crossings and setting some noise wall panels as well.
The design detour route is Coal Creek Parkway. This isn't the first time that road has been used for a detour route, and it won't be the last. Past closures have created long backups.
Anytime we have to take traffic off the freeway and divert it onto surface streets, obviously it doesn't have the capacity to handle the volumes that the freeway typically would. So we are expecting some fairly significant backups.
But Smiley says WashDOT will do what it can to help out.
We'll have uniformed police officers along the detour route to help move traffic along. And, we monitor it throughout the weekend. If we see opportunities to where, one particular intersection is getting worse than other, where we try to redeploy resources as best we possibly can to keep stuff moving.
The best advice is to avoid northbound 405, which I know can be very difficult. But if you can't, you should try to travel a little earlier or a little bit later in the day.
We know that there's going to be a lot of grads and dads trying to get around to different functions this weekend. So I just really want to get the word out that if you're going to be headed northbound on 405, do plan some extra time.
The expansion of 405 and the express toll lanes from Bellevue to Renton was scheduled to wrap up by the end of this year. That has been pushed into 2026.
Well, this is not just the closure of northbound 405. It messes up everything. I-5 is going to be a mess, too.
Yeah, a lot of people are going to go that direction, certainly. A lot of people are. We've had weekends where people have been trapped in their neighborhoods on Coal Creek Parkway and along Sunset Boulevard as people make their way to the detour route. Fortunately, this is not a both direction lane closure weekend. for 405. We've had those before, and we will likely have those again. But yeah, this is going to have a significant impact, especially for people who are trying to get up to 520 to get over to UW for graduations.
And look, if you drive up and down I-5 and you haven't been over on 405 recently, I got to tell you, when I did that a couple weekends ago, it is no joke. I'm actually surprised it is not completely packed at all times. I know it's really, really bad, but the way you're driving on that, it feels like it could be a lot worse.
Yeah, I mean, especially right around 44th, where you go with, I mean, they're replacing 2 bridges there right next to the VMAC. They're building a whole new transit center. They're doing 2 roundabouts on either sides of that. So, yeah, there's a ton going on. The lane shifts here and there, and they really haven't even started the widening part from, say, 44th South down towards Renton. That's what they're going to be doing over the next year or so to add that extra express toll lane there. So, yeah, there's a ton going on. I mean, hillsides disappeared, panels going up.
Oh my goodness.
Mean, you just, yeah, if you haven't driven over there, yeah. I mean, I drive that a lot, so I've kind of seen it going. But if you haven't done it in a while, and you'll be shocked like you were.
I started avoiding 405 about 25 years ago. It's just been a mess. It's always busy.
It hasn't changed at all since you were on it then.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, that got me to think about this. I remember when I was a kid, they straightened out the S-curves.
Yeah.
They used to be a lot worse. And so it has been a constant project for basically all of my life on 405.
They got rid of the Wilburton Tunnel. I mean, they got people forget there was a tunnel.
There was a tunnel.
Right there, just right there at I-90. They had to get rid of that. And they built they're putting in, the light rail is now going over the top of 405, and along the entire, they're doing what they're doing in Woodinville right now, adding that express toll lane north all the way up to 527. It's a constant progress, but there really isn't much room to grow after this because you run into a lake.
That's what he says now.
Oh, just you wait. We'll find a way.
We'll have an open air tunnel through Lake Washington.
An open air tunnel. I like the look. Okay.
It'd be fun.
It's 6:53. All right, let's find out what's happening on the roads right now, shall we?
I got to look back at the roads now. No, I know an open-ended. Come on.
You are watching things from the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
Yes, I am. And we are looking at maybe a little lighter than a typical Thursday out there across the board. Some of the brake lights are not as thick. If you're heading up that 405 corridor through the Renton S-curves, it is going to be pretty active up to that 44th construction zone. You have about a 30-minute trip, which at this time of day isn't too bad. The spillover onto 167 isn't as bad as it could be. I mean, you hit the brakes at 180th, but that's nothing out of line. And then you hit them right around right there in Auburn at Highway 18. But a 50-minute trip at this time of day is about average or maybe a little faster than. Olympia to Tacoma, no issues for you guys, 35 minutes. A few brake lights up the hill to 18. Federal Way to Seattle's running right around an hour with 35 of those minutes from South Center, into South Center, excuse me. It's really heavy past the Kent Des Moines construction zone. The 2 biggest drives right now are people driving through construction zones. Yeah, I can see that. It happens. Coming down from the north end, a little bit of braking in Marysville, a little bit by the Boeing Field area, Boeing Freeway, away from Linwood. Not too much action. So, 50 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue at this time of day on a Thursday, it's about 10 minutes faster than it should be, which is great. This report brought to you by AAA. You know what's fun? Summer. You know what's not? Summer spent on the side of the road. Join AAA Washington today to keep your summer moving.
We're headed for a high of 68 with afternoon sunshine when these morning clouds burn off. Tomorrow, a high of 67 once we get through some showers. Right now, it's 53 and cloudy at 6:55.
And coming up on Seattle's Morning News, we're going to have a world champion wrestler here in the studio. Brian Danielson will join us. Will he take down Harger Time live on camera? You'll have to check out the YouTube page. That's coming up at 7:15.
You listen to Seattle's Morning News every morning. What do Charlie and Manda listen to every afternoon?
I absolutely love listening to John Curley because he makes you think, which I love.
John has a real special talent in being able to talk about the topics we care about, but he's always trying to make it fun. And you're going, oh, this guy actually gets it.
The John Curley Show, weekdays 3 to 7. Watch The John Curley Show live on YouTube or the KIRO Newsradio App. KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
G. Scott here with former Seahawks Cliff Averill and Doug Baldwin. I heard you guys are having a celebrity pickleball tournament to raise money for Nourishing Champions. Why pickleball?
Pickleball is, obviously, it's a growing sport, but also just the community in Seattle, they've already welcomed it. The beautiful thing about this model is that we will actually be playing with community.
You know, we're excited about this pickleball tournament. It's all about bringing families together, but also, you know, you get to come out there and compete against myself, Doug, Michael Bennett, and we are the most competitive people. So regardless of how sorry Doug might be, he will be out there competing like it's a Super Bowl. And again, it's just all about bringing community together and having a great time, but all for a great cause and raising money for these grassroots organizations.
Come out and help me beat Cliff. Help me beat Cliff.
All right, this is going to be fun. Sign up for the Celebrity Pickleball Tournament, open to all skill levels. For details, go to championsofchangefoundation.org/pickleball.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle, yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
John Curley here. Smart homeowners are upgrading heat pumps and air conditioners now before the summer heat wave with incredible rebates and discounts that'll save you up to $6,000. Home Comfort Alliance makes paying easy with 18 months, same as cash financing. Call Home Comfort Alliance today for a free quote and save up to $6,000. For your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, visit HomeComfortAlliance.com today. That's HomeComfortAlliance.com.
This week, two-time Grammy winner Marcus Miller is live at Dimitro's Jazz Alley, June 12th through the 15th. 4 nights, 6 shows, 1 legendary bassist. Get tickets now at jazzalley.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. It's a chaotic scene in northwestern India where a passenger plane with 242 people on board crashed just after takeoff. The Boeing 737 went down in a residential area in the city of Adibabad. Officials say rescuers have found at least 204 bodies so far. Transportation correspondent Chris Van Cleve.
The plane almost looks like it's descending to land. The landing gear is down. That would be indicative, essentially, that this 787 failed to generate enough lift to stay in the air shortly after taking off.
Hassan Shahidi heads the Flight Safety Foundation.
It's still very early in this process before investigators can really get in there. It's a very difficult, challenging crash site with residential area, and it's going to take some work to be able to clear that to make it safe for investigators to actually go in there.
Boeing shares down 5% at the open. The U.S. is pulling some non-essential personnel from the Middle East over fears of a new conflict. Correspondent Ed O'Keefe.
Multiple sources tell CBS News U.S. officials have been told Israel is fully ready to launch an operation against Iran. In response, sources say the U.S. anticipates Iran could retaliate against certain American sites in neighboring Iraq.
Iranian officials say they are not going to give up what they believe is their right to enrich uranium used to make nuclear weapons. All of this as the U.S. and Iran negotiate a new nuclear peace agreement. Officials say at least 2 people have been swept away in flash flooding in San Antonio, Texas. Others reported missing after 6 inches of rain fell. KENS TV's Rania Kaur.
They were actually on top of trees. They had gotten out of their cars and had climbed up to higher ground to escape the floodwaters.
A mystery in New York City, where police say several NYPD squad cars went up in flames overnight. CBS's Christina Fan in Brooklyn.
Some were charred beyond recognition. Others look like they had their windows deliberately shattered. Detectives and investigators with the fire marshal's office are here and are working to determine the point of origin and how this fire was set.
One of Sean Combs' ex-girlfriends is returning to the stand in his sex trafficking trial today for cross-examination. CBS's Jerika Duncan from the courthouse.
There were a number of texts that we heard from Jane where she set up the hotel nights, helped to set up the payments for them, and even purchased supplies for the escorts. Jane also said at one point in court, "I resent him," referring to Combs, "for knowing how much I loved him and knowing I could not say no to him."
Dow down 168. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
7:03. In just a moment, we'll have the latest on those protests that turned violent in Seattle overnight. But first, let's check in with Sully at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we're running about where you would expect. It's 7:03. We've got brake lights in the usual places, like if you're in the Renton S-curves, 405 northbound. About 33 minutes to make the drive up to Bellevue. Really not too bad after 44th. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, looking pretty good. I mean, we've got 25 to 30 minutes out of Auburn, 45 to 50 all the way from Puyallup, though there are some brake lights down South Hill on eastbound 512. No issues, freeway speed the whole way from Olympia to Tacoma, and then just a little slowing up towards 18. And then Federal Way to Seattle's running just a shade under an hour, which is a little lighter than you might expect. Coming down from the north end, some brake lights by the Boeing Freeway, then certainly a lot more on 405 than I-5. It's actually lighter on I-5 than you might expect. 48 minutes from Everett to Seattle, about 55 from Everett to Bellevue. And it looks like we might have a new crash to tell you about. This one westbound, or maybe it's a disabled vehicle westbound on I-90 right around the Mount Baker Tunnel. I'm checking into that, starting to see a little bit of volume building there. This report brought to you by Subaru of Puyallup, which has you covered with over 300 new Subarus on the lot. Come in now so you can secure today's pricing on tomorrow's car at Subaru of Puyallup, your stress-free dealership.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
At 7:04, anti-ICE protesters turned violent in downtown Seattle last night.
They threw rocks and fireworks at police and set a dumpster on fire, and police fired flashbangs and pepper spray at the crowd.
And joining us live with the latest, here's KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Yeah, Charlie, it all started with a rally in Cal Anderson Park in Capitol Hill last night. Then protesters marched downtown in front of the Federal Building on 2nd Avenue, and as the sun set...
Damn! That's our reaction. We're trying to get out of here.
KIRO News Radio's James Lynch was in the thick of it last night.
I've never seen that large of a contingent of Seattle police officers all in riot gear, and I've covered a number of these. They came down with an extreme show of force, cleared out the intersection, stayed there for, I don't know, maybe 3, 4, maybe 5 minutes, and then went back up the hill, and the protesters returned to the intersection, started pushing back up. They came down and cleared it out. I saw at least 2 arrests, 2 really hard takedowns of a couple of protesters and arrests.
As you mentioned, protesters were throwing rocks and fireworks at police. They also spray painted graffiti on the outside of that Federal Building and on nearby businesses. Police responded with those rubber bullets.
I got hit while I was walking down.
With a rubber bullet?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Just kind of startled me a little bit.
There were also violent protests across the state in Spokane. The mayor there declaring a state of emergency. Charlie and Manda were expecting more protests in Seattle this weekend, part of the so-called No Kings protests happening around the country against President Donald Trump. They'll take place at the same time as a military parade in Washington, D.C. for the Army's 250th anniversary. It's also Trump's birthday.
Thank you, Luke. And Seattle may soon see ICE tactical teams on the ground.
NBC News reports that special response teams are being prepped for deployment here. These are not your average agents. They are trained for high-risk raids. They use Bearcat armored vehicles and carry long guns. Supporters, including the president, say these teams are vital for national security and law enforcement. Mayor Bruce Harrell told King 5 the city has not been officially notified, but he says Seattle will not cooperate with ICE. Harrell says the city will protect its most vulnerable and uphold state law.
The hunt continues in the mountains near Leavenworth for suspected child killer Travis Decker. KIRO Newsradio's Frank Lenzi reports.
Chelan County Sheriff Mike Morrison says authorities will not stop looking for Decker, who disappeared nearly 2 weeks ago after he allegedly kidnapped and murdered his 3 young daughters.
We want to set up the opportunity for him to stand in front of our courts and our judges and face justice and hear the voices of Peyton, Evelyn, and Olivia, whose lives were senselessly taken by evil.
He says all it will take is for Decker to make one mistake and they'll get him. He says they are tracking his footprints and that they found other items they believe belong to him, and they say they are indeed closing in on his trail. Frank Lenzi, KIRO News Radio.
Keeping you informed since 1974. This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
You know, at some point we have to start talking.
I know, but I was just enjoying the music. Nick is so good at picking things out.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. We are playing Beach Boys, of course, in honor of Brian Wilson, the lead of that band for so many years. He died yesterday at 82. Just a great catalog he leaves behind.
Glad to have you with us on this Thursday. It's June 12th. He's Charlie Harger. I'm Manda Factor.
And, of course, we have Sully over there keeping an eye on the roads for us. Producer David Burbank and Scott Carty are here. And, of course, Nick Crasha is the guy picking the music and running the board.
Okay, this is going to be a fun hour.
I'm looking forward to it.
He's in the house. Professional wrestling is coming to Kent next weekend. We're going to hear from world champion wrestler Bryan Danielson. He's already here. He'll stop by the studio, and we'll see if he's going to take down Charlie.
Okay. You never know. I'm not going to talk trash about Bryan Danielson.
I wouldn't either.
He's a strong boy.
Yeah.
Also, we'll have Tech Talk with KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey. The Nintendo Switch 2 came out last week and is already breaking sales records.
It's now 7:09. Thanks for being with us. A woman is fighting for her life after a shooting in Pioneer Square.
Seattle police say it happened just after 5 yesterday evening near 3rd and James. Officers found a woman shot in the head, a man shot in the foot. Both were taken to Harborview. The woman remains in critical condition. The man is serious. Seattle Police Detective Brian Pritchard says they arrested the suspect right there at the scene.
Well, all we know is there was an altercation before the shooting broke out.
Now, the homicide unit is trying to figure out exactly what led to the shooting. If you know anything, Seattle police would like you to call them.
Bremerton police are looking for a suspected arsonist. KIRO 7 TV's Lindsay Sheldon reports they believe the same suspect is responsible for 5 fires,
including 2 trucks set on fire, a brush fire, and a structure fire. All of them happened on either Washington Avenue, Callow Avenue, or Burwell Street. They say all the fires happened yesterday afternoon and early this morning. If you have any info or if you have any videos of the fires, you're asked to call police.
Bracing for wildfire season, experts urge people not to contribute to the risk. Thomas Kyle Millward is with the State Department of Natural Resources and says 90% of fires are human caused.
There was about 74 acres in Spokane County last year that burned after a debris pile escaped. No structures were lost, but structures were threatened in that situation.
You can blame cigarettes, fireworks, campfires, burning debris piles. Even cars with popped tires or chains hanging off can cause a spark.
A school board vote has sparked a federal lawsuit against Washington's top education office. According to the Washington State Standard, Darby Kaikkonen, that is, worked full-time at OSPI. She also held an elected position on the Tumwater School Board. She says she was fired from OSPI after voting to restrict transgender girls from competing in girls' sports. Kaikkonen says her termination was political retaliation and violated her rights as an elected official. She's now suing for financial and emotional damages. The state has not responded in court.
Seattle may soon ban software that helps landlords set rent using algorithms. Center Square says the city council is targeting tools used by big property owners. These programs analyze market data to suggest rent prices, but critics say they lead to collusion and artificially high rents. Councilmember Kathy Moore says it's hurting renters during a housing crisis. The bill would let renters sue for damages and hit landlords with civil penalties. A final vote is expected June 17th.
A familiar name to Mariners fans dealt a big blow to his former team.
Hey, Eugenio Suarez, a grand slam, and with one swing, Arizona has the lead 4-2 here in the sixth.
Well, the Diamondbacks would go on to win 5-2 and sweep the Mariners. That loss drops the M's below 500 as they head back home to start a 3-game series against the Cleveland Guardians tomorrow.
Coming up on 7:12, let's get a check on the weather, brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. And KIRO 7 meteorologist Nick Allard joins us. Nick, we're starting off with some clouds.
We are, and I don't think they're going anywhere for a lot of the day today. We'll see slowly increasing sun breaks, but only sun breaks later today. So we'll go cloudy to start, mostly cloudy at noon, then partly cloudy to mostly cloudy this afternoon, with highs that'll stay only in the upper 60s. So it is going to be a cool day. Yesterday, only in the upper 60s, so just a little bit cooler today than yesterday. Same idea tomorrow with some widespread low clouds, and then I think you'll see some sun breaks, but really only sun breaks, because I think tomorrow we're going to top out at about like 67, might be some drizzle, some mist. There could honestly even be maybe a few sprinkles farther north later today and into tonight. And then this weekend, it's morning clouds, afternoon sun. There we absolutely see plenty of sunshine. We just have to see the clouds early. I think Father's Day looks wonderful in the low to mid 70s, beautiful sunshine. And then we'll look for some potentially wetter weather getting into later Tuesday and even Wednesday. I don't see a lot, but I see at least some pockets of showers possible. So yes, we have some changing weather every single day. It's much cooler out there on the way today, and just a lot of clouds. So get ready for a change nearly every single day.
Right now in Seattle, it's 53 and cloudy at 7:13.
And that's time to head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Chris Sullivan is watching things.
And we've got this stall on westbound I-90 just before you get to the Mount Baker Tunnel. They're in the process of moving this thing out of the way. But that's why you're a little slow off the western tip of Mercer Island. You need about an extra minute as you work your way over from Bellevue to Seattle. It's only about 20 minutes there. A little under that on 520. No issues there. Of course, that comes with the max toll. Looking at Renton to Bellevue at this point, about 35 minutes. Those S-curves are pretty active at this point, up past 44th, working your way up into Newcastle and Factoria. Behind that, the Valley Freeway, though, not in too bad a shape. We've got about 50 minutes from end to end. That's a little lighter than you might expect on this time of day on a Thursday. Now, northbound I-5 coming up the Fife Hill, working towards 18, is bogging down just a little bit now. Give yourself about 22 minutes to get up to Federal Way. And then Federal Way to Seattle's running right around an hour. 35 of those minutes into South Center. Pretty heavy up through the Kent-Des Moines Road construction zone. Olympia to Tacoma, no issues for you guys. Nice and easy at 35 minutes. 16 looks good. 18 over Tiger Mountain's lighter than normal. Coming down from Snow Hill, we're looking at about a 50-minute trip from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue, maybe a little under. So I'm not sure where everybody is today, but they're not on those corridors as of yet, so let's try to keep that going. This report brought to you by Washington 811. If you're digging in your yard, the law requires you to call 811 to avoid dangerous and costly damage. Call 811 or submit online. DigSafeWA.com.
7:14 now. Let's head over to the news desk with Scott Carty.
Charlie, this morning, the annual Forbes Global 2000 list is out. Seattle, this may surprise you, has a couple in the top 10. But for the third year in a row, Forbes writer Hank Tucker says the top spot goes to J.P. Morgan Chase.
J.P. Morgan is the biggest bank in the U.S. with over $4 trillion in assets. They're at the top. They've been in the top 3 years in a row. Below them, a lot of other familiar names like Berkshire Hathaway at number 2. In the top 10 are also Microsoft and Amazon, some international, overseas-based giants as well.
So just how do they get on that list?
So we rank the list based on 4 metrics: sales, profits, assets, and market value. JP Morgan's market value has grown a lot. It outperformed the S&P 500, other stock indexes over the last year.
I think the real question, though, is how do we get on that list?
Right?
Yeah.
I have no answers. Sorry.
I don't either.
Buy low, sell high. All right, it's 7:15.
Hear it live, Stream it online. Watch the show or catch the podcast anytime.
Seattle's Morning News, wherever you are.
It is 7:16 on your Thursday. Glad to have you with us. This is one of the fastest growing professional wrestling competitions in the U.S., All Elite Wrestling, and it's coming to Kent's Showwear Center.
And one of wrestling's biggest stars, former world champion Bryan Danielson, joins us now in studio. Bryan, it's great to have you here.
Yeah, it's great to be here.
When you were known as Daniel Bryan, you were the heavyweight champ of the WWE. Then you jumped over to AEW, and you became champ there. You grew up in Aberdeen. You are a local. When you were a kid, did you ever think you would be this guy?
No. So I had wanted to be a professional wrestler ever since I was in first grade. Yeah. And but I never expected to reach the heights that I did. I kind of always expected to be, and the first 10 years of my career, I was at the independent level and was wrestling mostly in front of, anywhere from 100 to 1,000 people. I'd go internationally, but I just figured that would be my whole career. I mean, I'm 5'8", I'm 190 pounds, right? I'm not your standard professional wrestler. So,
do you remember, was there a moment when you went, oh my gosh, I think I'm going to make it?
Well, so, I mean, making it is such a weird phrase. You know what I mean? Like, I thought making money and being a full-time professional wrestler, even though I was on the independent circuit, but, I thought, like, that was making it. Like, I don't have to work a real job. Like, this is awesome, So there was never this point where I thought, like, oh, this is where I finally made it. But, yeah, there was a point around it was actually here in Seattle. We did a show with WWE, and they were promoting this big title versus title match, John Cena versus Randy Orton, and the people in Key Arena were just doing nothing but chanting for me. And I thought, like, oh,
wait a second,
this might lead to something, and it did, and it's worked out really well.
So you're known as one of the great technical wrestlers. What does that mean, and what is your approach when you're in the ring as opposed, let's say, to like a big dude?
Yeah, so being a technical wrestler, I'm not even sure what that means, because what we do is it's entertainment, right?
Yeah.
So it's being, I think the original idea is being fundamentally sound, or doing realistic wrestling moves that you would see in, say, amateur wrestling or jiu-jitsu or that sort of thing. So there's a little bit of that, but yeah, I don't know where that comes from, but I mean, my premise, especially once I got to the big stage of AEW or in WWE or any of that kind of stuff, my premise was to make it look like a real fight. So that's how you get people emotionally engaged, so they don't have to suspend their disbelief too much, right? That's part of the fun with professional wrestling, right? It's like you go out there and you get to enjoy in an arena like this action that's going on, but to make it feel like it's something that people can really get invested in. So when I was in WWE and wrestling, huge guys, I was a lot of times the underdog. When I was in AEW and wrestling some guys who are more my size or whatever it is, it's having these really explosive, high impact wrestling matches.
You said you started watching wrestling when you were really young. Who was your guy? For me, it was Mr. Wrestling #2.
Oh my gosh, Mr. Wrestling 2. He was awesome. Where did you grow up?
Olympia.
Oh, okay. I didn't know Mr. Wrestling 2 came up here. Anyways.
I didn't see him on TV.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So yeah, growing up, my favorite was the Ultimate Warrior. When you're a kid, like the colors, he looked like a superhero. He shook the ropes like this. And actually, we saw the first wrestling show I ever went to see was at the Tacoma Dome. The main event was the Ultimate Warrior versus Rick Rude. And the Ultimate Warrior did this move to Rick Rude. He pulled his pants down. It was the first time my sister had ever seen an exposed male butt.
Boy.
Now, did you go to high school in Aberdeen?
Yeah.
Okay, were you on the wrestling team there?
So I did one season.
Yeah.
Was not particularly good.
Oh, isn't that funny?
So, yeah.
Well, we have a situation here at work. I'm wondering if you might be able to help us out with it. Okay. Our colleague, G. Scott, he does the show 9 to noon. He made fun of a vest I was wearing the other day.
Didn't he call you a bus driver or something?
He did. He called me a bus driver. And it kind of hurt my feelings. I'm wondering if you might be able to help me cut a promo calling G out on this, and maybe if you can explain what a promo is and what I need to do in order to do this.
Okay, so what a promo is it's essentially talking up a fight.
Yeah.
Right? So it's making people excited to see this fight and making people aware of what the beef is between you and G here.
Yeah.
Right? So the first thing is you have to address what your issue is with him.
He makes fun of my clothes.
And other things.
Now, what do you not like about him?
What do I not like? Do we have all morning?
Yeah. So what's the highest what's the highest priority? What's one thing that you could really poke at?
He doesn't always wear Seahawks apparel.
That is true.
Yeah, I saw him wearing a Patriots hat the other day.
What?
Because of his son.
Oh. His son.
So now you're getting angry too, aren't you? Yeah, okay.
I'm angry. Look at my shirt. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah.
You wearing your Patriots hat to work, home of the 12s? Am I doing okay?
No, not really. Yeah. I mean,
go practice after the show.
Yeah. So it has to be. So first, you have to say something like this. You made fun of my vest? Look at you. You're wearing a Patriots jersey. You're in Seattle. You're not even wearing Seahawks memorabilia. What are you doing? Do you know what? This makes me so angry. I am so frustrated with you. I am going to grab you around the neck and punch you in the nose.
Now I want to see G and Brian go at it.
Thank you.
Are you going to be at the show in Kent?
Yeah, I'm actually going to be. So we've got 2 shows in Kent, one on the 21st and one on the 25th. And I'll be at both shows. At one of the shows, I'm going to be appearing live.
Yeah.
But none of that's going to be on TV. It'll only be for the live crowd.
Okay, cool. Lastly, speaking of Seahawks, any current member of the Hawks you think could make the switch to professional wrestling?
I'm of the opinion that most, you'd have to get to know them as individuals because it's not about just athletic
As
ability.
you mentioned, it's entertainment.
Yeah, it's entertainment. So some of the people that you think would be like, oh, this guy would be great for it, would turn out that they end up shy when they're in their spandex battle jammies out there, fighting other people. So it's like
spandex battle jammies.
So what we'd have to do is we'd have to talk to the coach and just be like, hey, who's the most outgoing, because they're all stud athletes.
Yeah,
I mean, you look at those guys when you see them, like in
DK
person.
Metcalf.
Oh, yeah,
that would work, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they're all so athletic, and so it's just a matter of the personality aspect of it, and they're all obviously very hard workers. Like they work hard. So yeah, I think.
I've decided you're way too kind to be a wrestler.
Oh,
and
thank
well
you.
spoken too. It's so nice to meet you.
And the look on Sully, he's sitting right next to you. The look on his face when you said we have to make it look like it's a real fight. His eyes just lit up like wrestlers don't say that.
So disappointed.
What do you mean?
So disappointed. It's real.
Okay, so
I grew up before the first WrestleMania.
Yeah,
with Hulk.
I
saw Roddy Piper at the Armory in Portland. I grew up in Portland.
Yeah.
I worked out with him at the YMCA.
Yeah.
He had no idea, but I was like, make it look like a fight. It's a fight, right? It's a real deal.
Well, so there's interesting parts to that
See,
because sometimes it turns into real fights.
Good. Okay, I like that. Good. I can live with that.
And that's and it's really funny because nobody really knows when that happens. But it's like, oh, okay, these guys are really getting into it. And like as somebody who's been in the business for 25 years, when that happens, it piques my interest. I'm like, ooh, like
we're doing this.
I wish we had more time. What a fun chat.
Brian Danielson, thank you so much. The event is coming up in Kent next weekend. AEW Wrestling.
All right. We need to get to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. Sully, take it away.
We got about an hour and 10-minute trip now from Federal Way to Seattle. We've added about 10 minutes to that trip. Brake lights up through the Kent Des Moines Road. Also at the far north end of that drive, Renton to Bellevue's not too bad. Under 40 minutes. And we're under 55 all the way from Puyallup to Renton. So that's a really good travel time. Across the lake, we're still cruising along nice and easy. And we got about an hour drive now from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. A little late arriving crowd coming down out of Snohomish County. But that's not too bad for this time of day. This report brought to you by AAA of Washington. 3 little letters, AAA. Letters to keep the summer more fun. Discounts, roadside rescues, and more. AAA Washington. Join them today.
Jason Rance here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn from None Better Tax Resolution. So you and I have talked before about the folks who think they can do this themselves. And again, I imagine there are a lot of people who are saying, well, new administration, fewer staff members, now I truly can get it done.
Really, in this situation, I do feel really bad for the taxpayer because here you're getting a notice. You call the IRS, you're going to be on hold for 45 minutes to an hour. And so getting through is going to be more difficult. And when you do get through, you're going to be talking to people that are not as well trained as they have been in the past.
Which makes it even easier for them to take advantage, even if it's not intended, against the person who owes taxes.
I've heard it said that they just will make up something because they want to respond to the taxpayer. And people are going to get some really bad information and they're not going to know.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, call Greg Nunn, None Better Tax Resolution, 425-947-1967, or Google NUNN, None Better Tax Resolution.
I saw her texting coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Eric Johnson here. I covered a lot of accidents over the past 30 years or so, but I never got to say much about what to do after a crash. Be honest, do you know what evidence to collect, what pictures to take, what documents to request, or what you shouldn't say to your insurance company? The Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the roads throw at them. Know your rights and how to avoid common mistakes after an accident by getting your free copy at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Cold is leaking and rocks are moving and mold is creeping and water seeping in. It's hard to be a homeowner, we know.
Without American Crawl Space and Pest Services, it is hard to be a homeowner. Dave Ross here. American Crawl are the heroes to call for insulation and pest issues because in addition to their great reviews and decades of experience, they also give out the most PSE insulation rebates of any insulation company in the state.
American Crawl, the heroes you call.
Get your free inspection at AmericanCrawl.com.
Subaru of Puyallup is known for making your car buying experience stress-free, no matter what. Olivia here from Subaru of Puyallup. We've provided stress-free sales and service through storms, supply hiccups, even a pandemic. You can count on a stress-free experience no matter what's around the corner. Right now, we have over 300 brand new Subaru vehicles on the lot with stress-free pricing, plus excellent stress-free trade-in values. Come in and secure today's pricing on tomorrow's car at Subaru of Puyallup.
Someone says they're from Medicare? Hang up. Medicare never cold calls. Offered free medical equipment or services? Toss it. It's likely a scam. Got your Medicare statement? Read it. Spot something strange? Report it. You can fight it. The Washington State Office of the Insurance Commissioner Fraud Prevention Service is free, unbiased, and here for you. Search Washington Medicare Fraud or call 800-562-6900. That's 800-562-6900.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Got pickleball game? Play with Seattle football legends in the Champions of Change pickleball tournament on June 28th, benefiting high school athletes. Register at championsofchangefoundation.org/pickleball or donate at your local Safeway.
And now, tales of another way. You're making your go-to goulash. Salt, pepper, and paprika. But you spy smoked paprika in the spice rack. And your go-to goulash becomes go-go goulash. Sometimes another way is the better way, like the new SR 509 Expressway, the alternate route that'll help manage congestion on I-5 and other local roads. Plus, provide better access to SeaTac. Open soon. Free through summer. Learn more at goodtogo509.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It is 7:31. A London-bound plane carrying 242 passengers and crew crashed in India shortly after takeoff. Authorities say there appears to be no survivors. CBS says Chris Livesay is in London at Gatwick Airport with the latest.
The plane went down in a densely populated area just outside of the airport. CBS was able to verify that the tail of the plane landed on what is a hospital. Several homes were destroyed and emergency crews are working at the site.
Air India says those on board the flight were from India, the UK, Canada, and Portugal.
Anti-ICE protesters turned violent in downtown Seattle last night. They threw rocks and fireworks at police and set a dumpster on fire. Police fired flashbangs and pepper spray at the crowd.
And we get the latest live from KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey.
It started as a peaceful rally at Cal Anderson Park in Capitol Hill, then a march toward downtown where protesters clashed with police in front of the Federal Building on 2nd Avenue.
Damn! That's our reaction. We're trying to get out of here.
KIRO News Radio's Gwen Baumgartner was right in the middle of it. She says things really came to a head around 10:30 last night.
Someone started throwing things at law enforcement, and all of a sudden, that line came back down the hill towards the Federal Building, and clashes with protesters were happening. I saw a person get pepper sprayed directly in the eyes.
As you mentioned, protesters were throwing rocks and fireworks at police. They also spray painted graffiti on the outside of the Federal Building and on nearby businesses, and really took the streets over there for hours. Police responded. A lot of pepper spray, a lot of rubber bullets into the crowd. They arrested 8 people total.
I got hit while I was walking down.
With a rubber bullet?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Just kind of startled me a little bit.
And Charlie and Manda, we will be watching to see if this protest continues today like it's going on in other cities, like what we're seeing in Los Angeles.
Luke, thank you. Seattle leaders are pushing back against a possible ICE operation. NBC News says ICE is preparing to send special response teams to Seattle and 4 other cities.
These tactical units use armored Bearcats and are trained for dangerous raids. Supporters, including President Trump, say the teams are needed to enforce immigration laws and stop what they call sanctuary city lawlessness. Mayor Bruce Harrell told King 5 Seattle won't help with any of it. He says the city will follow Washington law, which limits cooperation with ICE. Harrell says Seattle is a sanctuary city and will protect its people.
The Chelan County Sheriff believes they've picked up the footprints of Travis Decker, the man accused of murdering his 3 daughters nearly 2 weeks ago. Sheriff Mike Morrison says they're acting on information that a solo hiker was seen in the encampments near Leavenworth.
Just the behavior that we saw from the lone hiker did not match. That was typical with everyone else we were seeing up there. So again, that sparked our interest. We did put a ground unit on there to continue tracking the prints that we had.
They've also recovered more items they believe Decker left behind. Search teams remain focused on the Ingalls Creek and Valley High areas. Morrison says they are confident they have Decker surrounded.
We need to check your drive right now, and for that, we get to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Here's Chris Sullivan.
And we've added about 10 minutes to all of our drives over the last little bit. A little late arriving crowd today across the board. So our travel times now look relatively normal for a Thursday. If you're coming down from the north end, you're going to need about an hour and 10-minute trip from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. The brake lights are really intense away from Linwood, and we have hit the $10 or make that the $15 mark on southbound 405 as well. It will save you about 20 minutes over that hour and 10-minute trip. Once you get past the county lines, it's pretty decent the rest of the way. Federal Way to Seattle, though, running around an hour and 15, maybe a little bit more. We've got 40 minutes up to South Center, so really struggling up past 188th and then again from the north end of Boeing Field into downtown. Also up the hill from 5 to 18, you're going going to need about 25 minutes from Tacoma to Federal Way. So that puts us pretty close to an hour and 50 all the way from Tacoma to Seattle. Valley Freeway, 50 minutes plus. We've got about 30 minutes out of Auburn now, and Renton to Bellevue is running closer to 48 minutes now. So we're starting to see some brake lights there. Westbound I-90 struggling a little bit over the lake. We had an earlier stall near the Mount Baker Tunnel. It's out of the way. 520 is wide open. KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Cloudy this morning, afternoon, we'll have some sun breaks. A high of 68. A chance of showers tomorrow morning, but afternoon sun breaks as well. 67 the forecast high. Mid-70s for the weekend, including Father's Day, which is expected to be mostly sunny. 53 and cloudy right now in Seattle.
Seattle's morning news on KIRO News Radio.
Well, in this week's Tech Talk, maybe you've heard Nintendo just released their much-anticipated Switch 2 gaming console.
People around the world lined up to get their hands on one, including KIRO News Radio's gaming expert, Paul Holden. Luke Ducey sat down with Paul to see what the buzz is all about.
Paul, welcome, and I have a lot of questions for you. So why is the Switch 2 so popular?
Their games speak to generations. They've been making quality games and quality consoles for so long, and the Switch was such a big success. So many people got their hands on it that the next version, of course people wanted the next version. Why it's so popular is because Nintendo itself has just such a reputation of success and great games.
All right, so you were one of the thousands, if not millions of people in line last week. How long did you stay in line?
I got to the Northgate Best Buy around 8 o'clock, and by that point, the line was already around the corner. I haven't seen this many people for a video game thing since Grand Theft Auto 5, probably when I was back in college.
All right, well, here are some of those people in line, what they had to say.
I'm looking forward to revisiting old games and seeing how they've been improved for the Switch 2.
I mean, I'm stoked. Finally ready to upgrade from the Switch 2. So
yeah, I fell in love with the Switch when I fell in love with him, so I'm excited to see him fall in love with a new console again so I can be a part of it this time.
All right, so let's take a deeper dive now. You know, more than 2/3 of Americans play video games. I'm a gamer too. There are a lot of benefits to gaming, but Paul, according to a Harvard Medical School study, gaming has been associated with psychological problems as well. What do you think?
You know, moderation is really key for anything like we have in life, and you know, a long single player game, put those 8 hours in, but just make sure you can afford to put that time in, and don't let things get out of hand.
All right, some of the specifics of the game. An 8-inch touchscreen. It supports up to 4K, 6.5 hours battery life. Retails for like $499, somewhere in there.
Yeah, it's $500 there for the console, and then $550 if you want the Mario Kart bundle. I will say the downside right now is the overall selection of new games, like Switch 2 games, is really light right now. Mario Kart World is really the only one out there right now.
All right, so you've played around with it for a while. What do you think?
It's bigger. It fits in my hands better. It's more comfortable to hold. It's easier to look at. The lights, the brightness on the screen is great. So I think it's a great overall upgrade. But if you're not as passionate, or if you're not, and if you're like, there's not enough games out there, I think it'll be okay to wait. And then you can walk away not only getting your Switch, but a couple of the new games, not just games that you might already have.
All right, so Nintendo sold 150 million units on the first generation Switch. I can only guess how many Switch 2s they'll sell. Congratulations to you for getting your hands on one of them. So my last question for you is, what are you doing later tonight, and can I come over?
Yeah, come on down. We got Mario Kart. 24 players can now play Mario Kart World, so the more the merrier.
I'll be there, maybe. All right, thanks, Paul. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, Charlie and Manda, question for you. Are you all gamers?
I used to be.
Yeah.
I stopped around the time of Rock Band and Guitar Hero.
Yeah.
But I would play those for hours.
I like driving games.
Oh,
those are always fun.
I sometimes bust out a Nintendo 64. My wife she sold my Nintendo 64 at a garage sale in 2001 for $15.
Without your permission, I'm sure.
Didn't tell me about it. So about 3 years ago, she bought me a new /used Nintendo 64. So I'm able to play my Rogue Squadron on that and Mario Kart.
Cool, because those are collector's items too. Yeah. You know, Paul is a collector of all those antique, I'm sorry I said antique, video game consoles.
I will say Super Mario 64 for the N64 I think is still the greatest Mario game out there.
Well, you know, a lot of people are gamers out there. I'll just throw this out there real fast. Switch 2, get this, set a sales record. 3 million units sold in the first 24 hours.
Wow.
I'm a liberal arts major, so bear with it. I did a little math. That's $1.8 billion.
My goodness.
First day.
Luke, thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Sully, what's coming up in traffic?
Well, we're going to take a look at the northbound I-5 slowing, not only out of Tacoma, but up into Seattle. We'll break it down for you next.
You listen to the John Curley Show every afternoon. What does John listen to every morning?
I listen to Charlie and Manda, get my pot of coffee going, then turn on Seattle's Morning News, and I begin to build my show that way. And you want straight news without opinion, just giving it to you with the facts. There's only one place to go, Seattle's Morning News.
The perfect bookends to your daily commute. Seattle's Morning News and the John Curley Show on KIRO News Radio. Download the KIRO News Radio app to listen anytime.
Calling all contractors and equipment operators. The James G. Murphy Auction Company rolls out this month one of the biggest heavy equipment auctions of the summer. On the block, find an incredible collection of heavy equipment, contractors' equipment, and vehicles, like a 2004 John Deere 400C rock truck, a 2010 John Deere 450D LC excavator, a 2001 John Deere 650H LT dozer, and a 2014 Kenworth T800. In contractors' equipment, we have attachments, live edge and dimensional lumber, contractor tools, even a wheel wash system, and much more up for bid. Whether you're building roads, moving earth, or running a construction outfit, we got what you need. Bidding is underway now and closes at 10 a.m. June 19th. Preview all items June 17th and 18th from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at our location in Marysville, 3803 136th Street Northeast. For pictures and details of all items, visit murphyauction.com. That's murphyauction.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Wait, if I work today, why should I have to wait 2 weeks to get my money? With Earnin, you can access your pay as you work instead of waiting days and weeks for a paycheck. Get up to $150 a day with a max of $750 between paydays. No interest, no credit checks, and no mandatory fees. Because, hey, it's your money. Download the Earnin app now to get it and join millions of people making any day payday. That's EARNIN. Earnin is not a bank. Access limits are based on your earnings and risk factors. Available in select states. Expedited transfers available for a fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Visit earnin.com for full details.
7:43 now. Chris Sullivan is at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we have brake lights as we are working up the I-5 corridor now. We are looking at basically 5 up to 18 being a little heavy. 25 minutes from Tacoma to Federal Way, and then about an hour and 20 from Federal Way to Seattle. 40 minutes up to South Center and another 40 minutes from South Center. So it's pretty ugly. But again, that's about average for a Thursday morning. Looking at northbound 167, we have brake lights there before Highway 18 in Pacific, all the way up into Kent, then more at the north end. So about 55 minutes to go from end to end, and then about 50 from Renton to Bellevue, with the S-curves being really heavy today. Little gap, and then you hit it again over the top of I-90. Lake Bridges, both of them starting to see a little bit more action in the westbound direction, but it's manageable so far. Coming down from the north end, pretty good drive till you get down to about the Mill Creek interchange. We've got about an hour and 15-minute trip from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. I-5 breaks free around Shoreline. 405 doesn't really break free until you're south of 522. KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
And our forecast, it's going to be nice eventually. Clouds this morning, sunshine for the afternoon, 68 our high. Tomorrow looks pretty much the same, maybe more in the way of clouds, though. The weekend looks pretty good. Saturday, mostly sunny, 71 up to 75 on Sunday for Father's Day. It's cloudy and 53 in Seattle right now.
7:45 now, and Scott Carty is filling in for Katrina Gashard.
Charlie, you guys have been doing such a great job of honoring Brian Wilson this morning with music, and so many music legends are honoring him as a hero as well.
So today, one of my heroes died. Brian Wilson from the Beach Boys.
Of course, you recognize that voice. That is Sting. And last night in Germany, Sting played one of his favorite songs.
if you should ever leave me, my life will still go on, believe me. The world would show nothing to me. So what good would living to me? God only knows what I'd be without you. God only knows what I'd be without you.
And just to give it some original flair, he takes it to the end.
What I'd be without you. God only knows what I'd be.
Chills, huh?
Very cool.
Beautiful.
All right, Scott, thank you. Coming up, we are going to switch gears. We're speaking with Xavier Walton from News Nation. President Trump is saying he's going to get rid of FEMA. We'll talk about that next on Seattle's Morning News.
Do you get sinus infections, congestion, sinus pressure and pain, sinus headaches? You've gone to the doctor. You visit urgent care over and over again. And it's always the same thing, right? Oh, I know. Let's try antibiotics and some nasal sprays. But they just keep coming back. You may suffer with chronic sinus infections. The good news? Relief is possible. How? A minimally invasive procedure called the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic. Imagine a procedure so delicate there are no narcotics. Less cutting means less bleeding, so no packing, and no operating room. The Sinusoft procedure is designed for the clinic. If you suffer with chronic sinus infections, facial pain, pressure, and congestion, find out if the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic, is the solution for you. Call and set an appointment today. 206-388-2770. 206-388-2770. That's 206-388-2770.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
May I help you? I just wanted to request a late checkout, please.
Of course. That's $30 per hour for up to 4 hours.
Huh. Okay, but if you can offer a late checkout, then that probably means no one is staying in that room. So if it's empty, maybe I can just stay a few extra hours.
Oh, aren't you adorable?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Hey, it's Dave Ross with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD from Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Dr. Wagner is hosting a free stem cell webinar to explain stem cell therapy.
I'm really looking forward to this live webinar to educate on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
And remind us which joints you've had the best success with.
Shoulders, elbows, hips, knees, even wrists and ankles. And in this live webinar, we'll tell you all about the procedure, how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells, and how we determine if you're a candidate.
Dr. Wagner has performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures, so if you're in pain, join him for the free stem cell webinar and learn all about this amazing procedure. Register now at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Join Dr. Wagner for his free stem cell webinar Wednesday, June 18th. Register now at drmarkwagnermd.com. drmarkwagnermd.com.
Seattle's tradition for news and conversation. This is Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor.
7:49. This week, the president announced he plans to phase out the Federal Emergency Management Agency, known as FEMA, after this year's storm season.
And covering this for News Nation is Xavier Walton, who joins us right now. Xavier, explain what the president wants to do here.
Charlie, Manda, good morning. So essentially, at the end of the day, President Trump wants to scrap FEMA and then send down that responsibility when it comes to disaster recovery back to the states, back to governors to kind of figure it out on their own. I'll tell you what, I've covered enough hurricanes and I've been on the ground for enough wildfires to know it is nice to hear people, when you're on the ground, people are looking forward to FEMA coming. But I could also say there has been a lot of frustration when it comes to when is FEMA going to get here? So I could see both sides, but it is definitely a big talker. And already, some states are trying to figure out, okay, so if FEMA goes away, we need to have a plan. And that's where people are right now. That's where a lot of states are right now, trying to figure out a plan, preparing for what happens November 30th. So after hurricane season this year, by the start of next year, is when the phasing out of FEMA is supposed to take place.
So does that mean there wouldn't be any federal aid money for disaster relief?
And I think that's where when you get deep into the weeds, people are really trying to figure out. And to be completely honest, I think there needs more to be said when it comes to that. I know Texas here, Governor Greg Abbott, he has said, hey, yeah, that's a great idea. We're ready. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says, hey, yeah, I actually think we should defund FEMA. And it's interesting because, okay, so where is the money going to come from for all these people who, quite frankly, I've covered the last couple of major hurricanes out in Florida. It was Helene and Milton. And I can tell you they're still picking up the pieces. They're still waiting on checks from FEMA. So if the money's not coming from the federal government, the aid's not coming from the federal government, I mean, states don't have that kind of money. So I think that's where fleshing out some of the details is really important. I think that's why a lot of people, state and local level, are just really they're concerned, rightfully so, but they're waiting on more information, like what is this going to look like now? And I think that's why there is certainly some worry for people.
Do we have any idea how much money this would actually save?
When it comes down to saving money, I mean, we're talking about millions, but then again, where's the money going to be allocated now? That's the next question. And then, on the flip side, okay, so if federal government's going to be saving millions of dollars, what about the state and local government? Who's going to be covering the bill? At the end of the day, when you look at, the hurricane, even this hurricane season, forecasters are saying it's going to be a busy one. We're going to have more major storms. And, they've said that for the last few years. I mean, if that comes to fruition and it happens, then what? So I think, yes, it was a big statement. Yes, people are concerned, but I think there's more to be said about what happens now and what happens next. And I think right now we're just, I think people are still in shock, trying to figure out, okay, so if FEMA goes away, then what? And that's where we're at.
Xavier, maybe I am missing this, but is there a concrete statement as to why? Have they said we are getting rid of FEMA because?
Homeland Secretary Kristi Noem, she just recently, she oversees FEMA, but then again, I guess by November 30th, if all goes as planned according to President Trump, FEMA will cease to exist, so she won't be overseeing it anymore. But basically, they've said that the agency is ineffective. It's just the way it is now, currently constructed. It's just not working. And a lot of Republican-led states and governors have, shared this similar sentiment. And I can tell you, at least being on the ground, I remember during Hurricane Ian, that was in 2022, and it hit the west coast of Florida. I mean, it was weeks and weeks and weeks, people claimed, before FEMA really came in and was able to assist and give federal aid, financial aid. And I think there are frustrations with FEMA. Does that mean you scrap the entire thing? And if you're going to do that, what's your plan next? Oh, we're just going to kick it down to the states. I think that's where there's going to be some serious questions as to what people do, what governors do. And Trump came out, I think it was yesterday or maybe even the day before, because we want to kick it back to the states, or at least that's what he's saying, to wean off FEMA. So the governors can handle it. This is a direct quote. So the governors can handle it. That's why they're governors. Now, if they can't handle it, they shouldn't be governor. Well, I don't know necessarily that the governors have the resources to handle, say, a hurricane or Category 4 hurricane. I was in Houston. Obviously, Houston has dealt with their fair share of hurricanes. You can think about Hurricane Harvey. That was in 2017. I mean, how does a state, how does Texas deal with something like that without the help of federal government? So I think that's where a lot of the questions are coming.
News Nation's Xavier Walton, always great having you on the show. We got to get to traffic now. And Sully is at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we're rolling with an hour and 20-minute trip from Federal Way to Seattle, with 45 of those minutes now from South Center. Valley Freeway hanging in at about an hour. Rented to Bellevue about 50 minutes, so that's a really tough drive. Lake bridges are doing okay. Coming down from the north end, about hour and 10-minute trips from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
We're going to see sunshine eventually, a high today of 68. And right now it's cloudy and 53 in Seattle.
Coming up, the latest on that 787 crash in India. That'll be from CBS News on the way here on KIRO News Radio.
The first place you turn to for breaking news.
Protest outside City Hall.
KIRO News Radio.
James Lynch begins our team coverage live at City Hall.
Now, we are told by SPD that 4 people have been arrested for assault. For more on the counter-protesters, we go to Scott Carty.
See a group of another 10 officers come down the steps.
Closures now extended from Washington closer to the stadiums.
KIRO News Radio on 97.3 FM. And download the KIRO News Radio app to listen anytime. KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
If you're thinking about renovating an attic, spending more time in your sunroom, or building onto your home, a Carrier ductless unit is the perfect solution for climate control. It's efficient, quiet, and incredibly flexible when it comes to installation because there's no ductwork required. It's just one more way we're making your home totally comfortable.
Your local Carrier heating and cooling dealer will improve your home's comfort, air quality, and efficiency. Visit CarrierNorthwest.com to find the expert near you. Carrier, turn to the experts.
Summer is fast approaching, and it's a great time to get ready for the busy season with help from WaFd Bank.
Remember, Dave, you can get ahead of the game with WaFd Bank and implement services like payment processing so customers can buy through kiosk, mobile, online, contactless, whatever option they want to pay.
And Brad, I've heard that WaFd Bank has the equipment to make tracking transactions and getting paid easier than ever, right?
Right. With industry-leading security and personalized help from dedicated IT support, you can get peace of mind and get back to helping customers. You can also find a variety of business accounts at WaFd to fit your specific needs and a suite of other services to take things to the next level. We have the knowledge, experience, and offerings to make your business goals a reality.
Thanks, Brad. And you can learn more by visiting WaFdBank.com or just drop in at your local branch. I think you'll discover why they've been awarded Best Bank by multiple companies many years in a row. WaFd Bank, built for business. Member FDIC.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all three like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. India's Prime Minister says the crash of an Air India Boeing 787 bound for London is heartbreaking beyond words. More than 240 people were on board. At first, officials said no apparent survivors, but now one health official is quoted as saying one person did survive. CBS's Chris Livesay.
It crashed just shortly after takeoff from Ahmedabad. The nationalities of the victims ranged from Indians to British citizens, one Canadian, and several Portuguese people. Now, the plane went down in a densely populated area just outside of the airport. CBS was able to verify that the tail of the plane landed on what is a hospital.
Officials say there were casualties on the ground. Sources tell CBS News Israel is ready to launch a military operation against Iran. CBS's Olivia Gazis says it comes amid talks on Iran's nuclear program.
CBS News is told that Special Envoy Steve Witkoff is expected to travel overseas to Oman for a sixth round of nuclear talks with Iranian negotiators this weekend. This is coming as the UN watchdog in Vienna, the IAEA, this morning formally deemed Iran to be non-compliant with its non-proliferation obligations, and that opens the door to snapback UN sanctions that Iran is vociferously protesting, calling the IAEA's move political and biased, and all of it adding to the very complex diplomatic picture that negotiators are entering into, all overshadowed, of course, by this potential specter of military strikes.
Well, today a federal judge will hear California's challenge of President Trump's use of the National Guard and Marines to support immigration raids in Los Angeles. Reporter Pete Demetrio of affiliate KNX is in L.A.
Protests have definitely diminished in size, but you have also had an increase in the number of raids that apparently went on, including several churches here in Southern California.
In Texas, the National Guard is on standby as protests there have gone on. In Illinois, CBS's Jennifer Kuiper tells us
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson's chief of staff, Christina Passione-Zaya, says the city has received word that ICE tactical teams have been given notice to be ready to deploy, and they expect to see mini tanks. And
there will be other tools that they use in which they plan to do raids, as we saw in Los Angeles.
In a unanimous ruling, the U.S. Supreme Court's giving an Atlanta family whose home was wrongly raided by the FBI in 2017 a new day in court. Lower courts had tossed out the case. Wall Street, the Dow is down 3 points. The S&P is higher. This is CBS News.
A word from Progressive Insurance. Life can be hard, so Progressive can make bundling your home and auto easy. Hope that helps. Learn more at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
It's 8:03, and we will have an update on the protests overnight that turned violent in Seattle. That's coming up after we check the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk with Sully.
And we look like a typical Thursday out there across the board, with our travel times being kind of at their peaks at this particular moment. Like if you're coming up the I-5 corridor from Federal Way up through the Kent Des Moines Road, it's going to be heavy, but maybe not as much. But boy, from the north end, from the beginnings of Boeing Field into downtown, it is really starting to bog down. 45 minutes plus from South Center, just the not moving kind of stuff. Hour and 20 all the way from Federal Way. 509 and 99 are starting to heat up in the northbound direction as well. Valley Freeway over an hour now as you hit the brakes, a little bit out of Sumner, a little bit in Pacific, a little bit in Auburn, but really from the north end of Kent all the way up past 180th to 405, and then Renton to Bellevue up to 44th. It's bumper to bumper before breaking free. About 48 minutes to make the trip. Across the lake, though, we're still hanging in there. Coming down from the north end, hour and 10-minute trips from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. It's actually not bad through Linwood and Mount Lake Terrace, but boy, from Northgate on in, it's heavy. 405 is the typical stuff from Linwood down through Bothell before getting better the further south you go. This report brought to you by Washington 811. If you're digging in your yard, the law requires you to call 811 to avoid dangerous and costly damage. Call 811 or submit online, digsafewa.com.
It's 8:04 on June 12th, 2025. I'm Charlie Harger, along with Manda Factor.
Anti-ICE protesters turned violent in downtown Seattle last night, throwing rocks and fireworks at police. They set a dumpster on fire, too.
They also fired flashbangs and pepper spray at the crowd. KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey has the latest.
Charlie, it started with a rally in Cal Anderson Park in Capitol Hill. Then protesters marched downtown in front of the federal building on 2nd Avenue. And as the sun set...
Damn! That's our reaction. We're trying to get out of here.
KIRO News Radio's James Lynch was in the thick of it last night.
I've never seen that large of a contingent of Seattle police officers all in riot gear, and I've covered a number of these. They came down with an extreme show of force, cleared out the intersection. I saw at least 2 arrests, 2 really hard takedowns of a couple of protesters and arrests.
Anti-ICE protesters were throwing rocks and fireworks at police. They also spray-painted graffiti on the side of the federal building and on nearby businesses. Police responded with pepper spray and rubber bullets.
I got hit while I was walking down.
With a rubber bullet?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Just kind of startled me a little bit.
There were also violent protests across the state. In Spokane, the mayor there declaring a state of emergency. And Charlie and Manda were expecting more protests in Seattle this weekend, part of the so-called No Kings protests happening around the country against President Donald Trump. They're going to take place at the same time as that military parade scheduled in Washington, D.C. for the U.S. Army's 250th anniversary. It's also Trump's birthday.
Luke, thank you. Seattle could soon see federal tactical teams on its streets. NBC News reports Immigrations and Customs Enforcement plans to deploy what are called special response teams here.
These are elite ICE units trained for high-risk raids. They use armored Bearcat vehicles, long guns, and tactical gear. Supporters, including President Donald Trump, say these teams are needed to enforce immigration law and protect public safety. Mayor Bruce Harrell told King 5 the city has not been officially notified, but he says Seattle will not cooperate with ICE. Harrell says the city will follow state law and protect its most vulnerable.
The Chelan County Sheriff vows not to stop looking for the man accused of killing his 3 young daughters. KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay reports they are focused on the mountains near Leavenworth.
Chelan County Sheriff Mike Morrison says they have not given up and they are not going to stop looking for Travis Decker, who they say kidnapped and killed his 3 girls nearly 2 weeks ago.
You will see a change in our tactics as we proceed forward. You will not see the amount of resources that we have had out there, but you are seeing a different element of our approach as we continue to track down Travis following leads.
At a press briefing Wednesday afternoon, he didn't get into specifics, but he did say that they are tracking Decker's footprints and they're using teams on the ground. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
Keeping you informed since 1974. This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
One of the best.
Yeah,
Beach
for
Boys
sure.
songs right
Good
there.
vibrations. Late, great Brian Wilson died yesterday at age 82, and it's great just listening to some of his tunes this morning.
Thanks for joining us for Seattle's Morning News. It's Thursday, June 12th, along with Charlie Harger. I'm Manda Factor.
We have Sully in the studio, keeping an eye on the roads for us. Also in the studio's producer, David Burbank. We have Scott Carty filling in for Katrina Gishard this week, and Nick Krasha is the guy running the board and picking the tunes.
And coming up on this hour of the show, our conversation with actor and comedian Jeremy Piven, famous for his role as Ari Gold in Entourage. He is doing stand-up next month in Seattle at the Neptune. You can check this out on our live stream or our YouTube channel.
Okay, and of course, Sully has a choke point, and he is the bearer of bad news.
When is that not the case? Yeah. Northbound 405 out of commission this weekend from Renton to Bellevue, so we have a lot of information about what's happening and why.
All right, Debbie Downer, it's 8:09.
License plate cameras are coming to Mountlake Terrace.
It took months of intense debate, but the Mountlake Terrace City Council approved the contract in a 5-2 vote. And now 9 cameras from the company Flock will go up on main streets to track the movement of license plates. The Herald reports 80 other cities have adopted similar technology, and they say it's helped prosecute car theft. But opponents and privacy advocates question how private companies will use this footage and whether it could be shared with other government entities like ICE. Jillian Raftery for KIRO News Radio.
A shooting in Pioneer Square sent 2 people to the hospital. This happened in broad daylight. Seattle Police Detective Brian Pritchard says it happened just after 5 yesterday evening near 3rd and James.
The female had a gunshot wound to the head. The male had a gunshot wound to the foot.
Medics rushed both to Harborview. The woman's condition is critical. The man is expected to recover. Police arrested the suspect without any trouble. They believe there was a fight just before the shooting. Detectives with the homicide unit are now leading the investigation, and if you know anything and have any information, Seattle police want to hear from you.
2 men are in critical condition after a large fire at a propane facility in the Gig Harbor Purdy area yesterday. Pierce County Sheriff's Deputy Carly Capetto says there was an accidental release of liquid propane and a 120-gallon tank of propane caught fire.
2 employees suffered significant burns but were still able to quickly follow procedures and shut off the main gas to other propane sources.
She says that prevented what could have been a tragic situation. The incident is still under investigation.
One of those stories we have to run a couple times every summer because as weather heats up, so does fire danger. 90% of wildfires are human-caused, including cigarette butts thrown out of cars, embers that come loose from burning debris piles, fireworks, of course. Thomas Kyle Millward is with the Department of Natural Resources and says even small fires take a toll on crews.
A safety net that's being stressed, that's resources that are not available to respond to something that could be a bigger incident elsewhere because they're tied up.
He says to never leave a fire unattended, and make sure they are completely smothered.
A former state employee says she was fired for how she voted as a school board member. The Washington State Standard reports Darby Kaikkonen was a full-time employee at the Office of Superintendent of Public Instruction. She also served on her own time as an elected official on the Tumwater School Board. She says she was fired after voting to bar transgender girls from girls' sports. Kaikkonen says it was retaliation for her personal political stance and a violation of her rights. The state hasn't responded to the lawsuit yet. She's now suing for lost wages, emotional distress, and damage to her reputation.
Seattle may soon ban software that helps landlords set rent using algorithms. The Center Square says the city council is targeting tools used by big property owners. These programs analyze market data to suggest rent prices, but critics say they lead to collusion and artificially high rents. Councilmember Kathy Moore says it's hurting renters during a housing crisis. The bill would let renters sue for damages and hit landlords with civil penalties. A final vote is expected June 17th.
And the Mariners have fallen below 500, after a very rough road trip.
A swing and a miss for strike 3. And the ball game is over. The Diamondbacks sweep aside the Mariners in this 3-game series. Diamondbacks winning this afternoon a final of 5-2.
Don't get all down.
That's as
It's
cheery
baseball.
as a Chris choke point. You know what I'm saying?
The Mariners limp back home to start a 3-game series against the Guardians starting tomorrow.
All right, let's get a check on weather. Brought to us by State Roofing and Exteriors. Here's KIRO 7 meteorologist Nick Allard.
Widespread cloud cover early on, and then some sun breaks this afternoon. I think we're going to go with partly cloudy to mostly cloudy skies later today, and stays cool again in the upper 60s. We'll see even more cloud cover tomorrow with temperatures staying, only really at about 67. May see some drizzle. Might even have a few sprinkles later today farther north. But this weekend, morning clouds, afternoon sun. You'll see plenty of it on Saturday and even more on Father's Day. Sunday's going to get up to 75. More clouds into next week with Tuesday and Wednesday seeing the potential for later Tuesday and Wednesday, maybe even some actual showers.
Cloudy and 52 here on East Lake in Seattle.
It's 8:13, and we head back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk like we do every 10 minutes on the 3s for an update from Chris Sullivan.
And we're picking up the pace in a couple of spots, so that's good. We've picked up 5 minutes here and there. On the Valley Freeway, one of those spots, we're down to 35 minutes to go from Auburn to Renton, which is still about 5 to 8 minutes behind schedule, and about an hour all the way from Puyallup, maybe a little bit under now as we're thinning out of Sumner, which is pretty good. Most of Pierce County at this point is running pretty clean, with the exception of northbound I-5 getting up across the county line out of Fife. But overall, that part of the drive from Olympia up into Pierce County and Pierce County in general looks pretty good. Federal Way to Seattle, though, still an hour and 20 minutes with close to 50 of those minutes from South Center. So those last couple of miles are behind schedule by about 10 minutes. So that's going to be a pretty rough go for you guys. Renton to Bellevue, a little over 50 now. Not only are the S-curves bumper to bumper all the way up past 44th, but we're also picking up the slowing getting into the south end of Bellevue. So plan on delays there. The Lake Bridges, though, are hanging in there. Coming down from the north end, right around an hour from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. Could be a lot worse than that. So honestly, it's probably about 10 minutes faster than it could be. So that's not too bad out of the north end. This report brought to you by Home Comfort Alliance. Get whole house cooling and heating from one ultra-efficient new heat pump. Save up to $6,000. Take 18 months to pay. HomeComfortAlliance.com.
8:14 now. Let's check in with Scott Carty at the news desk.
Well, Charlie, if you run into trouble off the shores of Bellevue this summer, do not expect David Hasselhoff or Pamela Anderson to come after you and help you. But you may get help now by a jet ski. Bellevue Fire has acquired 2 jet skis with help from nearly 200 community donors. And Interim Fire Chief Dave Tate reminds us that those cold water temps can cause hypothermia in minutes. So these Bellevue jet skis will aid in faster response for patients that are much further out. So look for Operation Water Rescue 425. That's the official name of it. Already on Lake Washington and coming next Monday to Lake Sammamish.
Thank you, Scott. 8:15 now.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show. Seattle's morning news on KIRO Newsradio.
Joining the show is actor and comedian Jeremy Piven. He's performing stand-up at the Neptune Theater here in Seattle on July 12th.
Okay, stop. I get to ask this. How you living, Jay Piven? I love the title of your podcast.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. I love doing podcasts. It's, as you guys know, it's just really fun to talk to people and chop it up. And people feel really comfortable with me, and they just get really, really weird. And in the best way. In the best way.
Where are you? Where are you right now?
I'm in the Witness Protection Program, as you can tell. Yeah, things are, I'm underground. I can't tell you the location.
Well, we do know you were in Chicago. You just shot your stand-up special over the weekend. How'd it go?
Yeah, it was incredible. I got to go home, and yeah, you're the first people I'm talking to about it. I'm actually in St. Louis. I just finished a show here, and I've been doing a different city every day. And I went home to Chicago and filmed it in front of my people. A couple sold-out shows at the Vic Theater, and the whole thing was a miracle. It was incredible.
It was a miracle. Did you have more nerves in your hometown?
That's a great question. I nerves are an energy, and we assign a negative connotation to it. But all nerves are is an energy to wake you up and to say, hey, this is real. Let's get it together. And then you breathe through the nerves and you live the dream. And welcome to my TED Talk. You can play this later if you're having trouble sleeping. It's so boring. I apologize. I can't wait to be funny and not talk about how funny you should think I am.
Well, speaking of nerves and funny, maybe you can talk about that first pitch, Jeremy.
So no, that's just humiliation, my good man.
Not gonna do it.
Thank you. Listen, when they ask you to throw out the first pitch at Wrigley Field on the 12th of November, let's see how you do. Good night, everyone. Thank you for coming. Enjoy the veal. I walked into that one, brother. Can't bring a butter knife to a tank fight. But thank you for that. Let's talk about the first pitch. Here's the reality. I've never bounced it before. It was my honor. Ian Happ is a buddy who plays for the Cubs. And they coached me up, Justin Turner. And listen, this is a metaphor for life.
Yeah.
I was overthinking it on the mound. I was overthinking it, and I ended up bouncing it, and it was humiliating. But the good news is, like life is, once you walk through that, on the other side of that was 2 great shows where the next night where I was in my hometown performing in front of my people. And, it was my first special that I've ever filmed, and it was absolutely incredible.
Well, people obviously know you for Entourage. You won a bunch of awards for Entourage. How is acting in a show like that different than doing stand-up?
Well, with Entourage, my job, and my God, was I lucky to have it, and my honor was to take the written word, every single word, and make it feel improvisational. Make it feel like, oh man, this guy's just making it up. Because everyone thought I was just making it up. And what a great compliment that is. And an agent actually said to me one time, he goes, I'm having trouble getting you work on your hiatus because everyone's saying there's no way that's acting. And I'm like, I'm sorry. Wait, what was that? Say that one more time. The acting in Entourage, the written word that is not acting. Is it pottery? Is it, what is it exactly? What are we doing here, guys? So, listen, nothing makes sense in this life. Nothing makes sense. The highest paid actor in the world is The Rock. He's never taken an acting class. I'm very bitter. And I'm going to unpack all of this in Seattle at the Neptune.
I can't wait. And I just read a critique this morning of your show, which said guaranteed side-splitting laughter. That's a pretty good review.
Let's go. Now, can I ask a question about the theater? Have you guys been to this theater?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I haven't, and I heard it's beautiful.
It's great. I've been to a couple shows there. In fact, I brought my daughter to a Kids Bop concert there once, and they brought us up on stage. I danced on stage there, Jeremy.
Ooh.
So maybe.
Okay, well, do we have proof? Do we have video? What do we have here?
Oh, I've tried to get all copies burned. Unfortunately, there is something out on the internet. Maybe I should have taken some tap dancing lessons from you, though.
Jeremy. Well, listen, if you guys don't mind, I'm coming to town, and I'd love to come into the studio. Is that all right?
We would love that.
Okay, we're kind of early in the morning, though.
Yeah, we.
Listen. I love Seattle. My memory of Seattle is filming with Cameron Crowe in Seattle, if you can believe it.
What did you film here?
I don't know if you guys know who that is.
Yeah, of course. When was that?
Well, oh my God, I'm not good with dates because I'm in denial of my age. I'm
you
totally
and me
delusional. Both, brother. Yeah, because there are people out there like, bro, do you remember in '97 I sat behind you at a Cubs game? I got sick. I threw up on you. No, brother, I don't. Why are we doing this? How old were you, bro, in '97? I don't know. I don't know, bro. No, I did Singles and Say Anything with Cameron, and I did a music video with him in Seattle, and it's the closest I'll ever get to, being a rock star. I think it's a very intimate theater. That's why I wanted to play it. I think it's about how many seats? I don't even know.
Probably 1,000.
Yeah, not more than that.
I'm bad with the numbers, but when I was dancing on stage like I do, it seemed like it was basically Wrigley Field. It seemed like a lot of people judging me and my dancing.
Yeah, and by the way, that feeling is very common, and that's what everyone feels the first time they really, enter into a new arena like that. And that's, if you wanted to be a professional dancer, and I don't suggest it, my good man, I don't know if you have it in you. I think if you were a stripper, I think your stripper name would be Vanilla Drizzle or Put Some Ice on It.
Can you not put that picture in my head, please?
Sorry, I apologize for Vanilla Drizzle. I'll never say that again. I apologize. That was horrible.
Thank you.
Jeremy Piven, thanks for joining us today. And your show is coming up July 12th, and we will see you on July 12th. He is guaranteed he's going to be in the studio.
How about if I see you on July 10th in studio?
That sounds terrific. Thank you, Jeremy Piven.
Thank you guys for your time.
Yeah, we can't wait to see you. Good luck on tour, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Now, the date has changed.
He's already rescheduled, so how many times is that going to happen?
But he'll be here.
Now he said July 7th.
Okay.
His people.
All right.
His people.
Ari Gold's people tell us he will be here July 7th.
It'll be fun.
We'll be here, right?
But I'm not going to miss it.
It's 8:23. We head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk, and Sully watching the roads this Thursday morning.
It will be a little awkward with him sitting next to me and me not knowing who he is.
I know.
So we'll just have to see how that goes. Looking at the roads now, we're picking up the pace on I-5 southbound really well, actually, away from Mount Lake Terrace into Shoreline before you hit it again right at Northgate on down. So we're still at about an hour and 5-minute trip. We're picking up some pretty heavy braking now near Linwood. South of that, through Canyon Park, down through Bothell, we've got about the pretty normal stuff, a little bit in Totem Lake, but about an hour from Everett into Bellevue. So pretty good number. Behind that, Snohomish County in general looks great. Pierce County also has cleared out really nicely. The commuters move through there, so we're doing great there. Not too bad through the Kent Des Moines Road, even on northbound I-5. And then you have about a 45 to 48-minute trip from South Center, so that still puts us at about an hour and 15 all the way, even though you really don't hit the brakes really hard until you get up to the Boeing Access Road. The Valley Freeway also back under an hour. Not by much, but we're going in the positive direction. Renton to Bellevue, about 50 minutes with the brake lights continuing up past 44th. Get a nice little gap. Across the lake, we're still doing okay. Westbound 90 slows down out of the Baker Tunnel into downtown. 520 is wide open. 18 over Tiger Mountain looks about normal. And for all of my friends heading west out of Issaquah, this is your last morning of that HOV lane being blocked. That's going to open up overnight and be ready for you in the morning. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Our forecast is pretty nice today. We should hit 68 and sunshine by afternoon. Tomorrow as we wrap up the week, mostly cloudy, 67, but bouncing back to mostly sunny skies for Saturday and Sunday. It's 54 in Seattle right now.
Coming up on Seattle's Morning News, 8 arrested yesterday in Seattle in those anti-ICE protests. And we'll also have CBS senior transportation correspondent Chris Van Cleve with details on that Air India crash of a 787 Dreamliner. That's on the way here on Seattle's Morning News.
This hour is brought to you by WaFd Bank.
As the nation's biggest news story makes its way to right here at home.
Major protests expected tonight at Seattle's Cal Anderson Park.
Protesting U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
Seattle's new police chief, he's making headlines.
I will probably go to jail. It's why local news and experience matters.
Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
Heather Bosch, KIRO News Radio.
James Lynch, KIRO News Radio. Trust KIRO News Radio. 97.3 FM and mynorthwest.com.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
I was drafted in 1999 by the Philadelphia 76ers, and that was just absolutely a dream come true.
Todd's playing in the NBA is unique. His battle with neuropathy is not.
I first started noticing problems a couple years into my NBA career, and I felt like my sock was just balled up right in the arch of my foot, and there'd be areas of burning and tingling, and then there'd be other areas of deadness where there would be no response to touch. We tried everything possible, from surgery to different drugs, to try and take care of some of the symptoms.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, non-drug, pain-free procedures that have helped thousands of neuropathy sufferers find relief.
Now I'm able to spend more time doing the things that I enjoy, being on my feet.
If you experience numbness, shooting, or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right, you can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GREEN to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GREEN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GREEN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
When the heat's an 11, cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net.
Beat the rush. Act now before summer, because that heat's a real bummer.
Dayandnight.net.
Even though our Northwest summers can be spectacular, there's always a long, hot stretch that makes everyone say, man, AC sure would be nice. Well, except for that one annoying friend who won't stop talking about how great his AC is. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. You can stay comfortably cool when those hot temps arrive. This is the time to plan ahead and call us about installing a high-efficiency AC or heat pump. Or if you have an existing system, we'll come and service it. Make sure it's running efficiently and ready to cool when you need it.
Before the summer heat wave, keep your house cool and safe.
Dayandnight.net.
Stay cool this summer with Day and Night. Call now to get 10% off an air conditioner or heat pump. Plus, no payments or interest for a year OAC. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Dayandnight.net.
Smoked paprika in your go-to goulash? That's go-go goulash. Sometimes a different way is the better way. Like the SR 509 Expressway, an alternate route that'll help manage congestion and provide better access to SeaTac. Open soon, free through summer.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 8:31. Anti-ICE protesters turned violent in downtown Seattle last night.
They threw rocks and fireworks at police and set a dumpster on fire, and police fired flashbangs and pepper spray at the crowd.
We get the latest live from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Amanda, it all started as a peaceful rally at Cal Anderson Park in Capitol Hill. Then they marched downtown. Protesters clashed with police in front of the federal building on 2nd Avenue.
Damn! That's our reaction. We're trying to get out of here.
KIRO News Radio's Gwen Baumgartner was right in the middle of it. She says things really came to a head around 10:30 last night.
Someone started throwing things at law enforcement, and all of a sudden that line came back down the hill towards the federal building, and clashes with protesters were happening. I saw a person get pepper sprayed directly in the eyes.
Protesters also spray painted graffiti on the outside of that federal building and on nearby businesses, and really took over those streets in that area for hours. Police responded with pepper spray, as we said, and those rubber bullets. They arrested 8 people.
I got hit while I was walking down.
With the rubber bullet?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Just kind of startled me a little bit.
And of course, we will all be watching this to see if this protest continues today, like it is in other cities. We're all watching that unfold in Los Angeles, day and night protests. It seemed to quiet down for now, but let's see if it flares back up today.
Thank you, Luke. There's word of a possible ICE deployment to Seattle. NBC says special response teams known as ICE tactical units are being sent to 5 cities, including ours.
These teams roll in with Bearcat armored vehicles and military-style gear. They're used in high-risk operations, and their presence often sparks protests. Supporters, including President Trump, argue these teams are necessary to crack down on undocumented immigration. Mayor Bruce Harrell told King 5 Seattle will not help with any raids. He says the city will follow state law, which limits cooperation with ICE.
Chelan County Sheriff says he is confident search teams have Travis Decker surrounded. Sheriff Mike Morrison believes a former Army Ranger is hiding somewhere in the mountains near Leavenworth.
Every single day Travis is out there. He's going to have to aim for perfection. He's not going to be able to make a mistake, because all we need is one mistake and one day to go in our favor, and he's going to be in our custody.
Morrison said they found some items and footprints they believe belong to Decker. He hasn't been seen in nearly 2 weeks after deputies say he kidnapped and killed his 3 daughters. Helicopters and ground teams, including canines, continue to focus their search around Ingalls Creek and the Valley High area.
It's 8:33 and time to check traffic. We do that every 10 minutes on the threes, and we head back to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. Sully?
Yeah, we're certainly getting better around the horn. The last little spots getting right into the hearts of Bellevue and Seattle are low with what's left. I mean, if you're going from Federal Way to Seattle, you're really just kind of tapping the brakes all the way up until you get to the beginning of Boeing Field. And then from there on up, it's going to be very difficult. 50 minutes from South Center and an hour and 15 all the way from Federal Way. But again, you're not going to hit the brakes hard till you get up to the Boeing Field area. Valley Freeway back under 45 minutes, if you can believe it, to get up to Renton. And then Renton to Bellevue's about 50, so that's about average. Coming down from the north end, about an hour from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue, and really not much action anywhere else. It's away from Linwood where you're going to hit the brakes the hardest. Give yourself, as I said, about an hour for both of those drives. Across the lake, we're still doing really well. Westbound 90 is a little worse than 520. 90 hitting the brakes outside the Mount Baker Tunnel, working over to I-5. This report brought to you by Washington 811. If you're digging in your yard, the law requires you to call 811 to avoid dangerous and costly damage. Call 811 or submit online, digsafewa.com.
Afternoon clouds will burn off, and by later in the afternoon, we'll have sun. A high of 68, 67, mostly cloudy, chance of showers tomorrow morning. On Saturday, 71, mostly sunny, and for Sunday, Father's Day, 75 and mostly sunny. Right now in Seattle, we have clouds and 52.
Reliable, refreshing, and ready every morning. Seattle's Morning News.
It's 8:35. A devastating crash late yesterday in the northwest region of India. An Air India flight carrying more than 240 people crashed. This was a Boeing 787 Dreamliner. A lot of questions remain about the cause of the crash and the total number of casualties.
And joining us now with more is CBS senior transportation correspondent Chris Van Cleve. Chris, thanks for being here this morning. What can you tell us? What do we know about this crash? What are the developments this morning?
Well, good to be with you. What we know is that this flight was very short. So whatever happened very quickly. The plane is in the air for about a minute. There are some indications that there may have been some kind of an engine issue shortly, right about the point of takeoff. But that obviously needs the black boxes and things to be recovered and analyzed to confirm. The plane went down in a neighborhood not far from the airport. You have likely a significant number of fatalities. There are reports of one survivor from the airplane, 242 people on board at takeoff. It went into a building that was housing medical students, so there are injured on the ground as well. So a pretty horrific accident. The plane was taking off loaded with fuel, going to fly from India to London Gatwick Airport. So there was a considerable fireball when the plane hit the ground. And now investigators will start to try to piece together why this happened. It was an 11-year-old 787-800. It appears it was built at the Everett plant before all the production moved to Charleston, South Carolina, and had been routine in use pretty consistently in the days leading up to this accident. In fact, Cirium, which tracks flights and data, says it had about 700 flight hours over the last 12 months, which is pretty typical for a 787 in normal use.
Chris, isn't this the first time a 787 has crashed with passengers on board?
It's the first time a 787 has crashed, period. And so, yes, this is a notable accident. This is a very advanced aircraft. You know, it has a system on board, in fact, that if an engine were to fail, that automatically adjusts for that circumstance. It is the state-of-the-art aircraft that Boeing makes, the most state-of-the-art aircraft Boeing makes. It was the first composite airplane that was built. It was, it has been a bit of a darling for the airlines after its initial teething issues with that battery pack 12, 13 years ago. That's worked very reliably. And it's about 1,200 of them in service around the world. United, American, and Hawaiian fly them domestically. It has been a really solid performing aircraft. with a really good safety record, which certainly makes this crash that much more notable and perplexing as to what happened here.
Boeing, of course, is saying that it is monitoring the situation and is standing by, waiting to help and willing to do whatever they can. Chris, can you give us an idea of how this investigation will proceed, especially since it's happening in India?
Sure. So India has a equivalent of the National Transportation Safety Board. Those investigators will lead this investigation. The NTSB, the FAA, Boeing, the engine maker will all contribute personnel to that investigation. The NTSB and FAA are readying a team of investigators to go to India. They will support that investigation, but it will be led by the Indian equivalent of the National Transportation Safety Board. Obviously, the NTSB has robust expertise in laboratories that may be helpful in, if the black boxes are badly damaged, they have labs that specialize in recovering that data.
Chris,
so the NTSB does have a very robust amount of resources and capability here that can help this investigation.
Chris, thank you very much. We appreciate the update this morning. We'll be listening for more from you. CBS Senior Transportation Correspondent Chris Van Cleve.
Sully, what's coming up in traffic?
We're going to take a look at the northbound I-5 drive getting past Boeing Field. We'll break it down for you next.
You listen to the John Curley Show every afternoon. What does John listen to every morning?
I listen to Charlie and Manda, get my pot of coffee going, then turn on Seattle's Morning News, and I begin to build my show that way. And you want straight news without opinion, just giving it to you with the facts. There's only one place to go, Seattle's Morning News.
The perfect bookends to your daily commute. Seattle's Morning News and the John Curley Show on KIRO Newsradio. Download the KIRO Newsradio app to listen anytime.
Welcome to this week's Puget Sound Express Whale Report. According to naturalists with Puget Sound Express, it has been an absolutely incredible week of whale watching in the Salish Sea. A large number of humpback whales have made their way into the Strait of Juan de Fuca to feed, and they have been very social and active at the surface. Biggs orcas have also been quite active, with large groupings called superpods gathering in Hood Canal and the San Juan Islands. Family-run Puget Sound Express offers daily guaranteed whale watching tours departing from Edmonds. These half-day tours are Seattle's most popular and well-reviewed whale tours. Puget Sound Express also offers tours out of beautiful Port Townsend and Port Angeles on the Olympic Peninsula. Don't miss out on your chance to see whales in the wild. Family-run Puget Sound Express guarantees you'll see whales or your next trip is absolutely free. Book online at PugetSoundExpress.com. Once again, that's PugetSoundExpress.com.
I'm Chris Davis, former King County prosecutor and founder of the Davis Law Group in Seattle. If you've been injured in a crash caused by impaired or drunk drivers, there are special considerations that need to be taken to protect your legal rights. Davis Law Group's team of investigators and lawyers know how to properly investigate DUI crashes and identify all parties who might be legally responsible for your injuries and damages. Call Davis Law Group at 206-888-8888 or get my free book at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Looking for high-quality assisted living that won't drain your life savings? At Care Partners Living, we offer compassionate care at a price that helps stretch and preserve your estate. No unnecessary luxury, just the support you need with dignity and heart. And if you ever need to convert to Medicaid, you don't have to move. With communities across Washington and Arizona, including new locations in Port Orchard, Sumner, Linwood, and North Creek Bothell, there's a Care Partners community near you. Care Partners Living, compassionate care and peace of mind. Visit carepartnersliving.com.
I've got to get a new car, and things are crazy right now. 1 minute costs are up, the next minute it's something new.
Go to Subaru Puyallup. Their stress-free promises never changed. Through natural disasters, supply hiccups, you name it.
So they're still holding today's prices?
Yeah, they have over 300 Subarus still at current rates and guaranteed stress-free pricing and trade-ins. You should get it now.
I really need to swing by there. Want to go with?
Let's go.
Secure today's pricing on tomorrow's car at Subaru Puyallup, your stress-free dealership.
It's 8:43, and Chris Sullivan is watching traffic for us at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And while giant swaths of our drive are getting much better and clearing out, the spots closest in are really, really struggling. Like if you're on I-5 northbound going from Federal Way to Seattle, you have a little blip there right around 320th, a little bit 272nd. Then you're at freeway speed all the way up till you get to Boeing Access Road, and there you hit the wall. It's 50 minutes from South Center alone, and an hour and 15 all the way from Federal Way. But all of, if not most to all of that slowing is that the last couple of miles. And now because it's so slow getting into the downtown core, westbound I-90 definitely getting into the act from the middle of the lake through the Mount Baker Tunnel, tying into the CD lane. So you're going to need about 28 minutes now to go from Bellevue to Seattle on I-90. It's wide open on 520. Rented to Bellevue back under 50 minutes, which is great, but the S-curves are still going to be very difficult. There is some significant spillover now as you work your way from 180th on in, but definitely clearing out in Auburn and in Sumner. So we're under 45 minutes to run that entire corridor. Coming down from the north end, you're not going to hit the brakes until you get to Linwood. And then for I-5, they're maybe not as bad as you might think until you get down to about Northgate, and then you're going to hit them again. Hour drive from Everett to Seattle, hour drive Everett to Bellevue, that's about normal. Olympia to Tacoma is running under 40 minutes. This report brought to you by FlySeaportAir.com, introducing 20 convenient flights per day between Boeing Field and Portland with easy parking, no TSA on Seaport Airlines. Book today, FlySeaportAir.com.
See clouds this morning, but sunshine by afternoon, warming up to about 68 for today. Looks like we'll see more in the way of cloud cover tomorrow, but some peaks of sunshine by afternoon and 67. And the weekend looks beautiful. Saturday and Sunday, mostly sunny, up to 75 on Father's Day on Sunday. Right now it's cloudy and 54 in the city.
Filling in for Katrina Gishard, here's Scott Carty.
Sully said that he had giant swaths. I don't have that. I just have giant sharks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, especially if you're headed for the shores of the East Coast. Watch out.
Global nonprofit O-Search reports picking up a signal from the dorsal fin of the biggest great white shark researchers have ever recorded off Pamlico Sound in North Carolina.
See that? Even sharks are AI now. That's Deborah Rodriguez from CBS. Listen to these stats about Contender.
They say 30-year-old-ish Contender, who measures 14 feet and weighs more than 1,600 pounds, is likely making a stopover for food to build his energy reserves for the 1,000 or so summer migration to the northeastern U.S. or Atlantic Canada.
He's more than 1,600 pounds. I do find it interesting that she was being very age respectful and just said the Contender is 30-ish.
30-ish.
So should the people of Amity Island in New York be concerned about the Independence Day holiday plans?
Of course.
Okay. All right. The mayor has historically been reluctant to cancel activities.
That's their tourism season.
It is their tourism.
You can't cancel 4th of July.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
They don't want to know about this
and
shark.
Because it's tourism season, why do you think the sharks are showing up?
Buffet.
Touche.
Okay.
No way.
All right, Sully, what's coming up? You have a choke point on the way.
Yes, I do. We're going to talk about the wonderful weekend you're going to have trying to get around North 405 out of Renton.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men, too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat-freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle, yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on mynorthwest.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Guys, want long-term health you can count on? It starts with knowing your numbers. This June, for Men's Health Month, Revive Seattle is offering a free comprehensive wellness panel, a $400 value, including testosterone, blood sugar, heart health, and more. Take control of your health today and stay strong for the long haul. Offer ends June 30th. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com today.
The global phenomenon The Chosen has arrived.
The world is changing, and Jesus offers a vision to redeem it.
He's not the Messiah! The table is set.
This is a place to worship the Father. But you make it a den of thieves!
Everything has led to this moment. And nothing will ever be the same.
What have you done?
The Chosen Last Supper, June 15th, Season 5 on Prime Video.
Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Hey, oh, let's go.
Now, Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
Presented by Carter Subaru.
And that trip to graduation or to visit Dad this weekend could be delayed.
Sully, you kidding me? Northbound 405's closed between Renton and Factoria?
Yeah, we did this a lot last year, and it was lots of fun.
No.
So they decided to do it again. Yeah, big fun this weekend. Freeway is going to be...
I don't think your interpretation of what fun is fun to the rest of the people listening right now.
I think he's being facetious.
Is it possible? I was going to use that wonderful word. I'll make David spell it for me to make sure I do it properly. The freeway will be closed from Sunset Boulevard in Renton to Coal Creek Parkway in Factoria. All the northbound on and off ramps along the corridor closed as well. WashDOT's Craig Smiley says contractors are picking off items on their long to-do list for widening 405.
We're going to be doing a lot of work this weekend. It's going to be a lot of paving, a lot of panel replacements. We're continuing to install drainage structures, so a couple of drainage crossings and setting some noise wall panels as well.
The designated detour route, Coal Creek Parkway. This isn't the first time that road's been used for a detour route, and it won't be the last. Past closures have created huge backups.
Anytime we have to take traffic off the freeway and divert it onto surface streets, obviously it doesn't have the capacity to handle the volumes that the freeway typically would. So we are expecting some fairly significant backups.
But Smiley says WashDOT has learned from the previous closures, and it will do what it can to help in real time.
We'll have uniformed police officers along the detour route to help move traffic along, and we monitor it throughout the weekend. If we see opportunities to where one particular intersection is getting worse than other, where we try to redeploy resources as best we possibly can to keep stuff moving.
The best advice is just to avoid northbound 405 altogether over the weekend, or if you can't, just try to travel a little bit earlier or a little bit later than you expected.
We know that there's going to be a lot of grads and dads trying to get around to different functions this weekend, so I just really want to get the word out that if you're going to be headed northbound on 405, do plan some extra time.
The closures start at about 11:30 Friday night, last to about 4 a.m. Monday. Again, all northbound lanes from basically Sunset in Renton all the way up to Coal Creek Parkway. This is all part of the expansion of the 405 and express toll lane systems from Bellevue to Renton. It was scheduled to wrap up by the end of this year. It's pushed into 2026 at some point with no firm real date there for when it's going to open.
So this is not going to be fun.
No, not going to be fun at all.
No.
And there's going to be several weekends of this heading over the rest of the summer. Some directional closures. I believe we still have a full closure in there as well. And if you're looking forward into your glass, your crystal ball, the weekend after the 4th of July, you don't want to be trying to go anywhere.
Oh, great.
I mean, anywhere.
Nowhere?
We're going to have closures on 405, 520. I mean, it's going to be a massive bunch of problems on different freeways. And I'm going to give you as much advance warning on that one, but start putting that one on the calendar the weekend after 4th of July.
That's including the Ship Canal stuff as well that weekend? Or?
That way, because no, that starts the 15th, the following. But I think it's I think it's the whatever the weekend is after the 4th. So that should be, but that's going to be pretty close to it whatsoever. So a lot going on.
Busy July.
Yeah, definitely.
Glad I'm going to be out of town for a bit.
Yeah, good.
I'll miss you guys.
So are we. We're glad you're going to be out of town a bit. What are those dates again?
Not soon enough.
Oh, come on.
Wow.
It's 8:53. Let's talk about what's happening on the roads right now. Back to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk, Sully.
And we did have a stall, actually, by Sunset, right in that same general area of the closure there just a little bit ago on northbound 405. One of the reasons why the S-curves are still pretty active. We've got a 405 drive from Renton to Bellevue of about 45 minutes now. Not too bad. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, some spillover from 180th on in. About 25 minutes again from Auburn to Renton and under 50 all the way from Puyallup. So that's really good. Most of Pierce County is green on the map, which is fine. Federal Way to Seattle, still a stubborn hour and 15-minute trip with 50 of those minutes from South Center. So we still have a lot of work to do up past Boeing Field, the West Seattle Bridge, and into downtown. Coming down from the north end, looking really good, except for the trestle. I think we might have something westbound now brewing about halfway over to the Snohomish River where we start seeing things bog down. Went all red quickly, so we'll be checking on that one for you here over the next 10 minutes. And then you have about an hour trip from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. Lake bridges are fine. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Oh, Jamestown on the text line just reminded us Club World Cup starts Sunday. So there are a lot of people in town.
Yeah,
it's going to be a mess on the road.
I hope they've lowered the tickets. You see the story this week, no one's going nationally to that. They're having trouble selling tickets because they priced them way too high. So they've been slashing tickets to try to fill some stadiums. Okay. So hopefully that won't be an issue here.
Well, the weather's going to be nice, I can tell you that for sure. Sunshine by afternoon, 68 today, and then tomorrow will stay mostly cloudy, some peaks of sunshine and 67, but Saturday and Sunday look gorgeous. Mostly sunny, 71 and 75 on Sunday. Right now it's cloudy and 54 in Seattle.
And as Jamestown did, you can remember to always text into the show, 888-973-5476. Coming up on the G and Ursula show with Angela Poe Russell filling in for G, they'll explain why a Korean spa in Washington State is in legal trouble with a federal court. That's on the way here on KIRO News Radio.
Call or click 811 before you dig. Anything that causes you to roll up your sleeves a little and dig in requires you to first connect with 811. Call or click 811 and visit safeexcavator.com.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. Our Go the Extra Mile service means more hustle, less hassle. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the road you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included with every tire we sell. We're talking more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's why you get more from less. Book an appointment at leschwab.com.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Get 0% financing for 72 months on Cat compact construction equipment at NC Machinery. Built for performance, durability, and comfort. Buy now and take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months at NC Machinery.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded.